sense of anticipation and quiet reverence. There are hundreds of thousands of people here already gathered to say goodbye and thank you to a Pope who in so many ways defied expectations. Jorge Mario Bergoglio, known to the world as Pope Francis, led the Catholic Church and challenged its conventions. A reformer, a pastor, a pilgrim for peace.
That I am deeply sorry. I humbly beg forgiveness for the evil committed by so many Christians against the indigenous peoples.
He didn't shy away from uncomfortable truths, though some wished he'd gone further. In times of division, he called for unity. In times of war, he pleaded for peace. In life, he walked with the poor. And in death, buried in the simplicity he preferred. This morning, the world pauses to honor the life and legacy of Pope Francis in a funeral rite steeped in centuries of tradition. Good morning. I'm Heather Hiscox here in Vatican City. It's 3 a.m. Eastern. I know it is 12 midnight Pacific. Thank you for staying up to join us early this morning, perhaps where you are at home. Together, we're about to witness a moment in history. Just under an hour from now at 4 a.m. Eastern Time, the funeral mass for Pope Francis will begin. And let's just take a moment to take in this site. St. Peter's Square, St. Peter's Basilica, the spiritual center of the Roman Catholic Church, one of the holiest sites in Christianity, at once that and an architectural marvel, the towering dome of Michelangelo, the welcoming square of Bernini, and it is that square into which the Pope's coffin will be carried. It's now been sealed after 3 days of lying in state, and it will be brought out of St. Peter's Basilica and into the square before this vast crowd, set to number in the hundreds of thousands. When the service begins, we will bring it to you in its entirety with no interruptions or commentary so that you can experience it in full together with us here at the Vatican. And I say us because I'm delighted not to be alone this morning. Special guests throughout our broadcast, including someone whom you've gotten to know over these past couple of days since the death of the Pope on Monday at the age of 88. Father Darren Dias is the executive director of the Toronto School of Theology. I spoke to you earlier in the week. Here in Rome in the Vatican, we have experienced visitation together. We were inside the Basilica for some moments of respects, and we'll talk about that this morning. And today we're going to experience the funeral of Pope Francis. As you take in this scene and these crowds, what are your first thoughts this morning, Father?
It's amazing to see the crowds come. You feel a certain anticipation that after the 3 days of lying in state, this is the moment when we'll actually say our final goodbyes, and I think there's an emotional anticipation for the celebration that's to come.
Someone that we have been watching from St. Peter's Square throughout these days of visitation, and in fact, over all 12 years of the Pope's papacy, you were here when he emerged through those balcony doors. Megan Williams, thank you for joining our team today as well.
Heather.
What are your thoughts as we begin?
It's just one of those few moments in life where you know you're living at a historical moment. And I remember this same moment 20 years ago when Pope John Paul II died, and it was the end of an era. And I think today there's a sense that it's an end of a very specific era in the Catholic Church, the Francis era, where he brought in so much change. So final goodbyes and a mourning of the end of this time in history.
You know, you've raised so many things that we're going to have plenty of time to develop this morning. I'm looking forward to, but in referencing John Paul II, the last time we had a sitting pope pass away was John Paul II, and at that time, this square was filled 20 years ago. A similar sight today as the crowd continues to arrive. And Chris Brown is also part of our CBC News team. He's in fact talking to some of those people. There are pilgrims from all around the world. There are people who are visiting, as they do, Vatican City and Rome at this time of year, and who happen to be here at this historic moment and who are making this a part of their trip, so they are in that crowd, and people from religious orders, clergy, nuns from all around the world as well. So let's join Chris as he speaks to some of the people who have gathered already this morning.
Heather, we're just at the entrance to St. Peter's Square, and among the crowd of tens of thousands, possibly even more than that, I have found a Canadian. Sophia Swainson from Calgary, hello.
Yes, hello.
So what's this moment like for you to be here?
This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I mean, like, when are you ever going to experience something like this, ever in your life? So, of course, we had to get down here really early, and I'm just happy we're going to be able to hopefully see something, maybe the percussion, and yeah.
The procession, you mean?
Yes,
the procession that goes by. And you saw the Pope just before he died. Tell me about that.
So Easter Sunday we were here, and we actually got pretty close up, and we saw the Pope like come around, and obviously that was an experience that I thought I would never get to see. And being a Catholic, I felt so blessed. And then obviously to hear the news the next day, I just cherished that moment even more.
And for you, when he goes by, any thoughts in your head, do you think, when you see the procession?
Just, I think, a lot of sadness and grief. He was a very loved person, so, I mean, it shows today. So I'm happy about that, though, how many people came out to see him.
Sophia, thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's Sophia Swainson from Calgary here just at the entrance to St. Peter's Square. Heather.
Chris, thank you very much. We'll check back with Chris, of course, over the course of our broadcast today. When the Pope emerged through those balcony doors on March the 13th of 2013, one of the things he said was, "And now we take up this journey, bishop and people." Well, Pope Francis will make one final earthly journey at the conclusion of the funeral mass. It's a break with papal tradition. He's going to be buried outside St. Peter's Basilica, and we want to show you where that will be. A map to show you where the procession route will take us after St. Peter's. Where we are now, St. Peter's Square, after the mass, the procession through the streets of Rome in a motorcade, but walking at a walking pace, so that people can pay respects as the motorcade passes, carrying the Pope's remains and coffin from the Vatican across the River Tiber, and then to one of the four basilicas in Rome, Santa Maria Maggiore. The funeral cortege traveling through the streets of Rome, as I say, to allow the people of this city, he was the Bishop of Rome, of course, to say farewell to the Pope. When it arrives at that basilica, there will be a final public tribute before the private burial inside. We won't have live footage of that, but it will be very moving. And I think that scene just prior to seeing the coffin of the Pope for the last time on the stairs of Santa Maria Maggiore is going to be one of the most moving moments of the day. You're going to find out why, because Briar Stewart, who is also part of our team, she's going to be bringing us that part of the story, and she is at Santa Maria Maggiore for us live this morning. Briar.
That's right, Heather. This is where the funeral procession will end, and the crowds here have gathered. There are thousands of people, and that's just what I can see. We know that the route from where you are to where I am is about 5 kilometers long, and crowds are going to line the streets as the casket is slowly driven towards this location here. Now, I wanted to just give you a shot of the church here. I'm going to ask David to pan up so you can see it. Just a stunning building built in the 4th century, and as his casket is carried in, there will be a special group of guests lining the steps, and these will be people who are in need, people living in poverty, and officials with the Vatican said that they will get their final moment to pay respect to the Pope, given just the Pope's commitment to those that are marginalized really throughout his entire papacy. And in terms of his decision to be buried in this basilica, it was a very special place for him throughout all of his life. He came here many times during his papacy. He came actually after he was elected Pope. He kind of snuck away for a moment of quiet prayer. He came here again during the coronavirus pandemic to pray for the world then. And in fact, every time he took a journey outside of Rome, he would come before and after to pray for it as well. And we know that in keeping with the rest of his funeral, he wanted a very simple procedure, very simple tomb. It's made of marble from northern Italy, where his grandparents are from. And on top of that tomb is just the name Franciscus in Latin. I want to take you over here to see some of the crowd. They've been gathering for hours, and we're going to talk to one young man from northern Italy who came here, Alessandro Campani. Thank you for joining me. I wanted to ask you why it was so important for you to be here today.
Because I think that Pope was a great person, first, for everybody. And when you have the possibility to believe in something, okay, even if you're not a good believer or if you are a massive believer, Francesco was a big Pope for everybody, I think, for what he gave to us, for the word that he has spent for the Ukraine war and a lot of stuff. So I think that is important to be here. That's why we are here today.
You were mentioning some of the social issues that he spoke out about. What were some of the things that you really liked about the Pope?
I think that he was a great Pope because he spent a lot of words for the LGBT rights, for example, and as I said, for the war in Ukraine, for the social activities that has been doing now. So that's why.
Thank you very much.
No
I appreciate you speaking to me. And this basilica is normally open to the public. I can tell you I was down here yesterday and it was packed with thousands of people waiting to come in line. Obviously, it's closed now for this, and there'll be a burial this evening. But then, Heather, it will reopen to the public so they can proceed through.
You know, Briar, I was there earlier in the week as well and happened to run into a group from the Diocese of Ottawa, Cornwall. They had made a pilgrimage there as well and were just so moved to see the final resting place of Pope Francis. So I look forward to speaking to you many times, Briar, there as we await that funeral procession at the conclusion of the funeral mass here in St. Peter's Square. I want to bring in Father Darren Diaz again, who's with me through the morning and listening to Briar as she was. We'll talk much more about Santa Maria Maggiore when we get to that point of the day. But the fact that he has chosen there as his final resting place. There are 91 popes buried in St. Peter's Basilica. There are 7 in the Santa Maria Maggiore, so it's not the first, but it is a break with tradition and very much in keeping with Pope Francis. Did it strike you as very much in that light?
It certainly was something that didn't surprise me. Pope Francis had many firsts, and this was a break with tradition. He wasn't a conventional pope. But we know that he had a great devotion to the icon at Santa Maria Maggiore, so that he would be buried there makes sense. It was a place he visited when he became Pope. He would go there regularly when he returned from apostolic visitations, and even after he was released from the hospital last month, he went there to give thanks. So his particular devotion to the icon of Our Lady there makes it a perfect place for him to be.
And that scene that we will see at the culmination of the day, the 40 people on the steps, poor and homeless, transgender, migrants, those whom he loved most will be the last to pay their respects. We're hearing as well that prisoners are going to be actually able to be released from prison for a few minutes today to attend the ceremony here in St. Peter's Square. He often visited jails on Maundy Thursday, on Holy Thursday, and would wash their feet as what was that, a symbol of love and service?
That's right. In the Holy Thursday ritual, the presider, in imitation of Christ, washes the feet of traditionally had been 12 men, or in Rome, 12 clerics, as a sign of the service that Jesus did, the command to serve one another as I have served you. So that act of washing the feet is one of humility and service. And Francis chose to wash the feet of prisoners. He also chose to wash the feet of Muslims, of refugees, so he was not conventional in that sense. For him, service extended beyond sacramental service and beyond service in the church.
You know, he went to that prison Thursday before his death. He wasn't well enough to wash the feet on this occasion as he had so many years, but he was there in keeping with that tradition and again to the people who meant so much to him. And when I think of service, I think of the moments here when I think of Thursday, and Megan, I'm going to bring you in on that, because being here in the square and looking behind at the balcony brings us in many ways to a full circle moment. Just on Easter weekend, on Easter Sunday, he was wheeled out, the world to see in his frail state, for that final Easter blessing. and a final loop of St. Peter's Square.
Yeah.
Tell me about that moment, and then the fact that just days later, here we are back for his funeral service.
That's right, Heather. I was here on Easter Sunday when I saw he came out on the balcony. His voice was very weak. He could hardly raise his arm to wave to the crowd below. He said, you know, Buona Pasqua, Happy Easter, and then his biannual Urbi et Orbi, that's the political speech that he gives twice yearly to the world and to the city of Rome, was given by somebody else because he just didn't have the strength. But then he descended into the Piazza San Pietro, St. Peter's Square, and did that final round. It was the first time he had done it since he was released from hospital, but of course he didn't know it was going to be his last time. And what we know now is that he thanked his nurse. He was very close to his nurse who lived with him in the Santa Marta guest house. And afterwards he said to his nurse, "Thank you for bringing me to the people in the square." And of course, he died less than 24 hours later.
With apparently a last gesture of thanks to that nurse. And then slipping away. We learned from his doctor this week that thankfully it was quick, there was not pain. I had met earlier this week Dr. Nelson Castro, who is a longtime friend and health journalist who covered the health of the Pope over many years because he had many health issues. And he said that the Pope wasn't afraid of death, but he didn't want pain, and there was no pain. So there was some comfort in that as well. But as we talk about this scene, and this will be a way to bring in the fact that this Pope was someone who was different, a change agent, but someone unexpected. Again, as we look at that balcony and think back to March the 13th of 2013, when those balcony doors opened, the white smoke had risen, and there was the famous phrase, of course, Habemus Papam, we have a Pope. The man who walked onto that balcony, it was unexpected for everyone. He had finished second to Pope Benedict in the last conclave, the last election, but the surprise that Jorge Mario Bergoglio from Argentina had been chosen as Pope, this unexpected Pope, and in so many ways, an unexpected papacy followed.
I think that's true. I think Pope Francis, before he was elected Pope, wasn't an insider. He was the first Pope who hadn't participated in the Vatican Council. He didn't hold curial appointments. He wasn't a Roman insider as previous popes had been. So for him to come out relatively unknown to people, it was a surprise. And certainly it was a surprise in papacy. Because he wasn't within that sort of the tradition of the Roman curia or a Vatican insider, I think he had a great sense of freedom. He was really informed by his experience of being a pastor in Buenos Aires. He was informed by his experience of being a Jesuit in the New World, so-called New World, the child of immigrants. So he had a much more global sense of the needs of the church, and I think that's what really marked his unique papacy. This move away from a Eurocentric sense of the church to a global sense of the church where there are many cultures and many diverse opinions, and yet in this diversity we maintain the unity of the church. And that was a great challenge for him, and I think he did it with great skill, but we'll see how this legacy continues.
Again, the diversity of the conclave to come to choose his successor, this is something that we'll see as well. But you've mentioned, in so many ways unexpected, the breaks and tradition, the first non-European Pope in some 1,300 years, but the first Pope from Latin America, the first Jesuit, as you mentioned, the first to choose the name Francis after St. Francis of Assisi, someone who had turned away from wealth and privilege to poverty and piety to serve the poor, and he kept that tradition, as you've said, through his papacy. First to live outside the apostolic palace. I don't know if you can see over our shoulder, but the windows for the apostolic palace are blacked out, they're sealed off. That would be the normal area where the Pope would live, but he chose the life of simplicity, humility, and a 2-room apartment in Casa Santa Marta, which is a little bit behind us and out of your sight. So many firsts, and in so many ways, a Pope who was a Pope of his time. But will he be a Pope for all time? Will his changes last? Megan, this is part of the question in terms of will his successor be a continuation or a departure?
Well, I think I don't think it'll be a departure necessarily. I mean, Francis is seen, I think, by both those who are in favor of the changes that he brought and those who are against it as a disruptor. I mean, he came in, he did what most popes really don't do. I mean, they kind of keep the church on a steady course. And he came in, he didn't touch any dogma, but he shifted the practice. And as Father Diaz said, he shifted the center of the church away from Rome to make a global church. And I think what most people are expecting, most observers are expecting from this conclave, is someone who will come in and maybe consolidate those changes, not necessarily keep disrupting, but bring the different factions of the church together and just sort of steady the ship of the church. I don't think it'll be going back because the conclave just does not have the enough numbers of conservatives who oppose Francis to get one of those in.
And after the funeral, we will very much look to the future. He himself named the vast majority of cardinals who will choose his successor, perhaps hoping that they will continue in his path. But for a moment or two, we'll leave that subject because there's much to talk about on the conclave to come. I want just together to take a look as a balloon takes flight behind us. We can see behind, again, the crowd which is filling. Megan, as we compare this to the scene 12 years ago for Pope John Paul II, you and I were talking this week privately that half the population of Poland had come at that time to pay tribute. So it'll be a different makeup to the crowd.
Definitely.
But it is, you said, a global Pope. This is a global following. This is a people's Pope paying tribute from around the world.
Absolutely, and of course a lot of people are here because of the Holy Jubilee year, which is every quarter of a century the Catholic Church holds this holy year. So there were a lot of pilgrims coming in already, hoping to see Pope Francis perhaps during a Mass or a blessing. Many Romans, of course, Italians. This is a pope who was very beloved to Italians. He had Italian roots. Of course, he came from South America, but in many ways he spoke their language. He had an ironic sense of humor. He was warm. He spoke in a simple way. After his Sunday blessings, he always said, "Buona domenica, buon pranzo." Happy Sunday. Have a good meal, which speaks to Italians directly.
And when he walked through, of course, the very first thing he said on that balcony was "Buonasera," good evening, as he introduced himself to Italians and to the world. So you mentioned that the family roots in Liguria, his grandfather left in the 1800s, and in the tomb that Megan, we were hearing about from Breyer earlier, they have taken a slab of marble from Liguria, and it is on that particular nod to his heritage that they have written his name in Latin, Franciscus. So the history of this man and how he arrived here at St. Peter's and here at Vatican City from a neighborhood outside Buenos Aires, the neighborhood of Flores. Let's just look back at this unexpected Pope and his background and how he became Pope Francis, the 266th Pope of the Roman Catholic Church. He was born as Jorge Mario Bergoglio in 1936 to a family of Italian immigrants. This was one of his parishes in Buenos Aires, not far from where he grew up in a working-class neighborhood as one of 5 children. He studied chemistry and for a time worked as a janitor and a nightclub bouncer. But in his early 20s, he chose the path of the priesthood, joined the Jesuits, and quickly ascended the ranks. In 1998, he became Archbishop of Buenos Aires and later a cardinal. This was a man always known for his connection to the poor, regularly visiting the city slums, leading a humble life, taking the bus, cooking his own meals. He always walked with the people. He walked in the mud if it rained, if it didn't rain. He was our father, one man told us when CBC reported from Buenos Aires after Bergoglio became Pope in 2013. That sense of humility would carry on throughout his time as leader of the Catholic Church. Jorge Mario Bergoglio, now beloved the world over as Pope Francis, and today by the tens of thousands, these people are gathering to thank and to honor. And Father Diaz, we're beginning the rosary. We're at the early stages of the service. Is that what we're witnessing behind?
That's right. We can hear the recitation of the Rosary for the reposed soul of Pope Francis, something that Francis himself would have done very often. He had a great Marian devotion, and it's not uncommon at Catholic funerals that a Rosary is said during the lying in state and before the formal commencement of the liturgy.
So we're about a half an hour away now from the start of the service, and I think we should let people have a sense now that the Rosary is beginning of the type of service they will see, because all of this week we've been talking about how last year Pope Francis simplified the rites for a papal funeral, and we have seen that play out firstly and most visibly in his choice of coffin.
That's right. And even the way the body was lying in state in St. Peter's Basilica, if you remember yesterday, it wasn't on a raised platform on a catafalque. It was in the casket still, in an oak casket that was zinc-lined, not like the threefold casket of previous popes where it had cypress, oak, and lead. So it's a simpler casket laid on the floor at a slight angle so people could see his face. I think that sort of simplicity, it was the same rites as previous popes, but there was like I think what's very common to Francis' touches, there was a sense of the tradition that he kept, but there was always something a bit different, a bit symbolic, that actually spoke volumes, even though it was a simple change. So I think we witnessed that yesterday in the casket and then in the sealing of the casket, which took place privately just for his household and the senior members of the College of Cardinals and his administration.
And we do have some images of that, which I'd like to show in just a second, but in terms of carrying on the simplicity, as we looked at the program and the service to come, it is a Catholic funeral service. He wanted to be buried as a devoted Catholic. It is not going to be a funeral for a king, but it will be fitting a pope. So
that's right.
We will see the traditions. We will see the centuries-old rituals.
The funeral rite itself would resemble any Roman Catholic funeral rite. So whether you're a pope or just a regular person, the ritual is more or less the same. We'll see the funeral ritual that's suggested for the Easter season, because we are, of course, we're just 1 week out of Easter, and so the readings chosen will reflect that liturgical season. We're in a season that celebrates the conquering of death in the resurrection of Jesus Christ and the new life and the promise of the future.
Can you just expand upon that for a moment? Because for so many who believe, the fact that the Pope carried out his duties in the holiest week for Christians and Catholics, Easter Sunday, the day of resurrection, there to give a blessing, and then passed away on Easter Monday, it is epically spiritual for so many people here. Do you have any thoughts on that?
There is something beautiful about it. I mean, we heard that on Holy Thursday, for example, so the first of the 3-day celebration, he went and visited the prisoners and, in fact, donated all his money, almost as though he knew what was to come. He gave everything that he had left for the sake of others, which is one of the meanings of the Holy Thursday ritual. And then, as we heard on Easter Sunday, he was able to come out and greet people again, even though he was now, in hindsight, quite frail. We thought he was getting better because he didn't have that tube in his nose anymore, but of course he was quite frail. He was able to get in contact with people. We saw him reaching out to people touching him. And his last words to us were, Happy Easter, right? Happy Easter, live in the life of the resurrection. And then, surprising news, on Monday he had died. So it's really a suitable time for anyone to die, especially the Pope, because we believe in the promise of the resurrection and the new life that he will enjoy.
The end of his earthly journey will take him to Santa Maria Maggiore, as we've been telling you. It is one of the 4 basilicas in Rome, and he's chosen not to be buried here in St. Peter's, but in this other beautiful church that dates back to the 5th century, a church that is dedicated to the Virgin Mary and someone to whom Pope Francis was very dedicated, as we were saying. Before every apostolic trip, and there were 47 of them, and after every one of those trips, and before and after every visit to the hospital, he would go to this basilica to pray and to ask for protection. And that's where Briar Stewart is with us this morning and the crowd that has already gathered there. Briar, back to you for a moment or two.
Yes, that's right. I mean, there are thousands of people here, and obviously, you know, St. Peter's Square where you are, I mean, that is the largest crowd, but a lot of people came here because they really wanted to see the final goodbye to Pope Francis, and there's screens that they've set up down here. I'll just get David to give people an idea of where we are. You can hear those just majestic church bells ringing, and people will be able to watch on the screens below. There are people here from all over the world, and you have to remember, I mean, Rome is a very busy city at any time. This is a Jubilee year, so the city was expecting a lot of pilgrims to begin with, and then of course thousands have come in for the funeral. And I'm joined by one woman here, Amelia Perry. Her parents are Canadian. In fact, they just flew back to Toronto. Yeah. But I wanted to ask you why it was so important for you to come out here and be here in person.
I think that I come here because today for all the world is an important day, and we want to show that Papa Francesco taught us to have hope and to pray for the peace. And today we want to show what he taught us. So it's fantastic to see all the young people to be here, and we hope to have a new Pope like Papa Francesco.
That's right. A lot of people are talking about just who will be next, right, and what direction he will take the church in. Thank you very much for speaking with me, and I'll let you get back to your spot because I know you've been holding it for a couple of hours. And the procession from St. Peter's Square to here, it will be moving very slowly, and it will take about an hour. But people here lined up first thing this morning just to be able to get a spot so they could see him walk in. And as I mentioned, there will be special guests lining the steps, people in need, people living in poverty that Pope Francis has been so connected to during his papacy.
Hear you. Thank you so much, Briar. I appreciate that. Briar mentioning how many people are there and when they arrived. It was about 4:30, 4:15 here on Via della Conciliazione. I didn't say that correctly, Megan. I've been practicing on Conciliazione, wasn't that?
Conciliazione.
Okay, there's Via della, which is the road that leads into St. Peter's Square. Around 4:15, people had been lined up to make sure they had a place, and the square is very close to capacity now. 300,000 people here 20 years ago for John Paul II's funeral. The expectation is the numbers would be similar. And one of the things that we can see, even from our vantage point, you can see groups of young people who are obviously here. Megan was mentioning it's a Jubilee year. Every 25 years, the Catholic Church has a Jubilee year, and it's a time for reconciliation. It's a time for renewal. Special activities are planned as a result of that, and it draws many young people from around the world. And Pope Francis had a particular affinity for the young, and they for him, didn't he?
He did, and there was actually a big event for young people that was planned around the time that he died. So there are a lot of young people in town. Again, they were hoping to see him and get a blessing. He was a pope that in many ways was anti-hierarchical. He really wanted to get rid of the divide between clerics, priests and nuns and regular people. And I think that approach appealed to a lot of young people. I mean, it was part of a lot of changes that he brought in on a practical level to the Catholic Church. It was a message, and of course the message go out to the periphery, go out into the world. And he really wanted to come up against the notion that the church was a fortress in a way. He wanted to open the doors, open the windows. And so I think for a lot of young people who are socially engaged, who are interested in issues of social justice, he's a pope that really spoke to them directly.
And they will miss him. They've been very moved as we've seen young people in line to pay respects today. The peripheries, a papacy of the peripheries, this has been called, or a pope of the peripheries, going to the outside, to the margins, to reach the people there, and as you say, to be with the people. One of the things that he would say, please correct me if I'm wrong, is a priest must be a shepherd who smells of the sheep, must be among and close to the people whom he serves.
That's right. He said that about bishops. They should have the smell of the sheep. Bishops are the shepherds of their flock, and so they should smell like their sheep. He often critiqued bishops who he called airport bishops, traveling around, bishops who might not be in the trenches, let's say, with the pastoral leaders in their diocese. So he was very, very often critical of bishops. He was often critical of those who were called to serve and were in positions of authority. Sometimes that rubbed people the wrong way, but I think he had such a love for the church that sometimes you have to make critiques in order to improve things.
And he had such a personal charm and warmth and sparkle that he brought people along, and that too I think would have been appealing, Megan, to so many young people. Every once in a while you may hear the helicopters flying overhead. Let's just talk about the security apparatus for this, because not just the head of the Catholic Church, but also the head of state for the smallest independent territory in the world, Vatican City. So there are hundreds of representatives, monarchs, heads of state, ambassadors, ministers, heads of government, and there is a very, very heavy security presence to keep all of them and these thousands of faithful safe as well. This morning we have anti-drone specialists, we have sharpshooters on the roof, we have thousands of officers, correct, Megan, from various branches of police and also from military.
That's
people
right.
on the Tiber River to make sure the river is safe. What has stood out for you? It is a pretty visible security presence here.
Massive security presence. They're talking about 11,000 officers and personnel. Some of them are volunteers. As you mentioned, anti-drone jammers that will be used to prevent threats. There's 5 different red zones around the Vatican. When we came in this morning, we went through metal detectors. Yes, and there's even a naval ship off the coast near Fiumicino Airport that is there just in case. So huge security presence, and that doesn't even count the security presence that's coming with President Trump, other dignitaries from around the world.
Which we must address. This is the kind of scene we're seeing in the private paying of respects inside St. Peter's Basilica. And there again we see the coffin. Now it has been sealed in the special rite last night, the rite of sealing of the coffin. We'll show you some scenes of that a little bit later on. But you see people paying respects inside to that simple wooden coffin that carries the earthly remains of Pope Francis. Stopping to pay respects, just moments ago, the former U.S. President Joe Biden paid respects to Pope Francis. He is here, as well as the current president, President Trump. There could be some very delicate diplomatic dances among the delegates and dignitaries who are assembled, but I wasn't surprised, actually, that Joe Biden came. He gave a very warm statement at his passing, how much he meant to him as a fervent Catholic. They certainly knew each other. I think back to 2015. As we look at these images, there is former President Biden and Jill Biden with him, accompanying him at 2015 when he was vice president and the head of the Senate. And the Pope spoke to Congress, the first Pope to do so, to the joint houses of Congress, and made a very impassioned message in terms of climate change and being stewards of the earth. And Megan, you would have been covering that for sure, but the fact that Joe Biden is here, again, not a surprise. He would have wanted to pay respects.
Not a surprise at all. And as you say, Heather, he met the Pope when he was vice president. He actually had an audience with the Pope. He sat down and discussed him. He, of course, is Catholic. He and the Pope aligned politically on a lot of issues as well. Of course, we know that Vice President Vance also met with the Pope, but he wasn't given an audience. He really was just
a different sort of meeting.
A different sort of meeting.
Yes.
A lot of political tensions there, and he was given a short photo op in contrast to Joe Biden. But no surprise at all that former President Joe Biden is here. The Pope was his kind of Pope.
That's a good way of putting it. So we'll watch as the dignitaries pay respects. They'll have private moments, and then they'll take their places. They will be to the right side as we look at St. Peter's Basilica, it's interesting, a pope who was anti-hierarchical. They will be seated in a hierarchical manner with monarchs, and there are at least 10 of those, and then heads of state, heads of government, and ministers. We should tell you that Canada's delegation is led by Governor General Mary Simon and her husband Whit Fraser, and there are a number of First Nations and Indigenous leaders who are traveling with the Canadian delegation, some of whom we hope to welcome here to our location as we look out over St. Peter's Square, and as the crowd continues to fill in and the prayers continue behind us. Why don't we take a moment and just contrast what it might be like for President Trump to be here, Megan, because it's interesting. We've talked quite a lot about it over the past couple of days, and certainly there are many who hope this doesn't overshadow the tribute to Pope Francis today. But given what is happening with the war in Ukraine, the fact that both President Trump and President Zelensky are here, there's a lot of interest in watching whether there'll be some discussion on the sidelines to bring an end to a war that the Pope himself decried. Such a strong voice for peace. And Volodymyr Zelensky visited the Vatican 3 times in the life of the Pope, as he was a very strong supporter and source of hope for the people of Ukraine. But will there be some sort of a moment? It's interesting, the relationship with Pope Francis and President Trump is one that was fractious, that was contentious over the years, dating back to as he campaigned for the first administration, because the building of a wall was antithetical to that which the Pope wanted, which was the building of bridges.
Exactly.
And he's insinuated that perhaps that was not a very Christian approach, which President Trump said was a disgraceful comment. And there were words of warning and admonishment right through to the end of his life as far as President Trump and the U.S. agenda were concerned. Megan.
That's right, and the word disgrace the Pope used back at Trump during his second administration. Now he called the crackdown on immigrants and migrants in the United States a disgrace. And he also pushed back on Vice President J.D. Vance, justifying the approach to immigrants and migration with Christian
theological underpinning.
Exactly.
It was not theological basis
somehow
for
there
that.
was a hierarchy in loyalty and protection, with those closest to us first and those unknown to us last. And the Pope said that was not Christian theology. So, yeah, as you say, right from the beginning, the first administration, when Trump was talking about building walls, right up to the very end. And even his urbi et orbi, his political speech that he wasn't able to read the day before he died, it talked in very strong language against what he called the stirring up of discrimination or hatred against migrants. And I thought that was interesting language.
That verb, to stir up.
To stir up.
Agitate. Yes.
Exactly.
Do you, in terms of that, a voice for peace?
Absolutely.
A proponent for migrants?
Absolutely.
The displaced? They were dear to him.
That's right. When he was elected Pope, one of the cardinals sitting beside him, Cardinal Giovanni of Brazil, whispered to him, "Don't forget the poor." So he began his papacy thinking about the poor, and he'll end his papacy with the poor at the steps of Centro Maggiore. And for him, the poor it was a large category. It certainly included the material poor, but it included all those without access to privilege. It included those without access to health care. It included those whose lives might be in danger simply for being who they are or because of their time and place. So that's why he wanted the church to constantly be going out into the margins, into the places where the poor are, in order to minister to them there, to decenter and decentralize the privileges of the church and a hierarchical and a clerical church, to be a church of the poor and for the poor, as he said.
That's right. He wanted a church that was poor and for the poor.
That's right.
One of the hallmarks of his papacy, and as you say, we'll see it reflected today. As the hymns begin and some of the beautiful sacred music we will see, if you have attended church, in recent times or in your lifetime, there will be elements that you will recognize to the service. Psalm 23, the Lord's Prayer, maybe some of the hymns as well. But we're getting close to all of that, about 15 minutes away now from the beginning of the funeral service, as some of the respects continue inside and the dignitaries begin to take their place outside. As I mentioned, dozens of heads of state and heads of government, about 10 monarchs. Prince William is here, for example, to represent his father, King Charles. The Canadian delegation led by Governor General Mary Simon with Whit Fraser. In the crowd, which has assembled and is, as I mentioned as we were coming on the air with you, very much hushed for the numbers that are here, as you can see surrounding the obelisk in the center of St. Peter's Square. Chris Brown is part of our team, and he's talking with more of those who've assembled. Chris.
Hi, Heather. I'm just down from St. Peter's Square. Thousands, tens of thousands of people are still trying to get better views or perch themselves in front of some of the big screen TVs that there are here to watch this. Lots and lots of young people, lots and lots of school groups as well who have come. We've got a couple of sort of tourists. Greg and Weston, you guys are from New Jersey, your first Pope funeral. What are your thoughts of what you're seeing?
It's just crazy how many people are here, how many faithful have come to see St. Peter, the Pope put to rest. It's insane.
And for you?
So, I mean, personally, I'm not Catholic, but seeing how much impact Pope Francis had, I mean, this is the most people I've seen at anything ever. This is really impressive, seeing what he's done. And
when you're here, and I mean, obviously there's a lot of rituals and rites that go along with this, is that what's overwhelming, or do you sort of think about sort of some of the meaning of all of this and perhaps how the Pope has touched people?
Definitely all the ancient rituals and the meaning. It's just how many people. I was here for Easter just a week ago, and seeing that and all the processions and the rituals, it was really awesome to see.
All right. Thanks very much, guys. I hope you managed to get a good seat.
Thank you.
Or at least a good place to stand.
You too.
That's Greg Genualdi and Weston Ryder from New Jersey. Heather.
Chris, thank you so very much. As Chris speaks to the thousands who have assembled, and we get a sense as you look from on high above St. Peter's Basilica, and you can see below where his coffin will be carried and placed for the funeral service. Just to bring you up to date on who has arrived in this delegation, so many heads of state, heads of government. He met over his many travels, as I mentioned, 47 apostolic trips to 68 countries, and many were countries where no pope has ever traveled before. Some of those leaders are here now, and organizations which they represent. Ursula von der Leyen from the European Commission, one of the first to pay tribute at word of his passing on Monday. Joe Biden, we were talking about. Antonio Guterres, Megan, the Secretary General of the United Nations, his statement was very expansive. He talked about the man, of course, hope, humility, and humanity. Hope, humility, and humanity. Such a wonderful summation of so many of his character traits and qualities. But he also was keen to highlight Laudato Si', his encyclical, the fact that the stewardship of the planet, his environmental priority, protecting the earth, this was so much a part of who he was, and the Secretary General wanted to highlight that. That's certainly a part of his papacy, which you covered.
Absolutely, and that's a really central part of his papacy. That Laudato Si' was written in 2015. It was actually written with the help of a Canadian cardinal, a Canadian who would become a cardinal. He wasn't a cardinal at the time. Michael Cherney, the Pope, made him a cardinal. But the Pope obviously felt that stewardship, as you say, of the world was essential. But it was an environmentalism based in humanism, really. He made the explicit link between the quality of human lives, not at the exclusion of animals. I mean, it was sort of everybody, but that the degradation of the earth led to the suffering of people, particularly poor people. I mean, as we know, a lot of migration is caused by the climate crisis. So that was very, very key. And a critique of capitalism as well.
Well, they were linked. They were interlinked, were they not?
Yes.
unbridled capitalism.
Unbridled capitalism,
He spoke often against it, and very much in keeping with, as you said, his emphasis on the poor and poverty. In tandem with all of that, we're seeing the President of France, as he arrived just a few moments ago, Emmanuel Macron, as far as monarchs, Sweden's King and Queen, Norway's Crown Prince and Princess have arrived as well. And Donald Trump has arrived, but we have not seen him yet. Certainly we know his presence has been felt because he has been staying, or he arrived last night, he was staying at the U.S. Ambassador's residence, which happens to be relatively close to the hotel where we are staying. And so much of that area blocked off early yesterday by police and security for his arrival and motorcade. And Megan, you were telling me earlier in the week, it's going to be quite a strong presence, quite a big motorcade to bring him here to St. Peter's.
Yeah, I've heard he's bringing dozens of cars. As you say, that whole area around the American ambassador's residence has been roped off, as it was last week when Vance came in. Trump will, from what I understand, be leaving right after the funeral, and so I expect a huge round of helicopters at
to
that
take
time.
off.
Exactly. It's difficult to hear.
Yeah, that's not his there. That is perhaps security or keeping watch above the helicopter which is flying. But we did see earlier in this week rehearsals, I guess, or for the Beast, that heavily armored vehicle in which the president always travels. It was going through the streets earlier, as we saw. So again, the bell tolling, getting closer to this moment.
That's right.
Again, take us into your thoughts.
Well, I think humans are made for rituals, and we need rituals to express how we feel and what's going on in our lives, and even some everyday things. If you think about your commitment to your morning ritual, probably in the mornings, you do a similar thing every morning, and when you interrupt that ritual, you feel a bit discombobulated. So I think we're made for rituals. So something like this, the funeral ritual, is I think something that people need. They come together to mourn. They come together. We've been hearing about stories about Pope Francis these past few days, and now's the moment where we get together to mourn in a way that's in prayer and liturgy, and people need to express their grief in that way. And the Catholic tradition, we do that in the presence of the body. We say the prayers of the church for that person. And in the prayers, you'll hear, we are united in grief. Even at this moment, though we know that life has changed and not ended, we still have a sense of loss, and we get through it together through this ritual, which we'll experience in a moment.
I think we have the opportunity to share a ritual from last night. We were talking about that earlier, and we have these, to me, they were extraordinary pictures of the rite of the sealing of the coffin. If we might be able to show that was away from the cameras. It was done, although we did see pictures subsequently. And it was led by the Camerlengo, who is
Cardinal Farrell.
Cardinal Kevin Farrell, Irish-American, and he is acting as the Chamberlain or the administrator in this period of interregnum or sede vacante, vacant seat until the next pope is chosen. But the pictures are really quite extraordinary. A white cloth placed over the Pope's face, white silk cloth. He can no longer be seen. Can you talk about some of the traditions of the holy water and what was done inside St. Peter's Basilica last night?
Right. When the Pope dies, before they seal the casket, they have a ritual that's unique. They first read out many of the things that he's done during his pontificate. Mm-hmm. And that record is then signed, and yesterday it was signed by Cardinal Parolin, and it's rolled up, and the scroll is rolled up, and it's put into a tube, and it's placed in the casket.
I would think if we were in secular terms, we would say it's almost like a time capsule of his papacy and preserved for all time.
That's right. So if it's ever discovered, in years to come, you'll know who that person is.
Mm-hmm. And coins from the day?
Coins from each of the years of his reign, gold coins, and then for each of the months, silver coins, and for each of the days, bronze coins are placed into the casket. As you said, the silk veil was put over his face as to say that he no longer looks upon us and we no longer look upon his face. And then it's sealed with the zinc and the lid and the oak lid with a very simple cross on the front. It wasn't an elaborate carving. We'll see the casket during the funeral.
And again, it will be closed and sealed at that time. When it's borne out of St. Peter's into that space which has been set aside, on top of the casket, and this is what I wanted to also mention, is his coat of arms. And that's worth mentioning because it's the same one he had when he was a bishop from Argentina, and it is the monogram of his Jesuit order. Having had mercy, he called him. That's a reference to something from the gospel, but having had mercy, he called him. And I wanted to share that because one of the things that you've told me this week is perhaps the word that best sums up Pope Francis is mercy.
That was certainly a theological theme of his pontificate. It was his motto, taken from Matthew's gospel account, where Jesus takes mercy on this would-be disciple. And so probably Francis himself had a deep sense of the experience of God's mercy in his life. And having experienced that sense of mercy, that's something that was a characteristic of how he approached his ministry. So when people talk about doctrines and dogmas that don't change and strict interpretation, Francis always wanted to interpret doctrine and dogma in a way that was merciful, in a way that was compassionate to people. One of the first books that he promoted when he became Pope was Cardinal Walter Casper's book on mercy. And for a Jubilee year, he themed it Mercy. So mercy, from the very early time of his pontificate, is something he's really tried to inculcate into the life of the Church.
As we continue to watch the dignitaries arrive and take their places, Prince William, as I mentioned, representing his father, Prince Charles, and Queen Camilla. And you just had a glimpse of him, and certainly all of those assembled trying to get a glimpse of those who have come from all around the world to pay their respects. There are big screen televisions, big screens throughout St. Peter's Square for a better view. Megan, that was again one of the Pope's last visits, King Charles and Queen Camilla. They had planned a visit earlier this year, but because of the Pope's failing health and of course those 5 weeks in Gemelli Hospital, they had to cancel that. But we found out after the fact they did have a quiet private meeting, didn't they?
They did, and that was one of a number of surprise meetings that they had in the last days of the Pope's life, or the last couple of weeks. He was supposed to rest and recover, and those were sort of strict doctor's orders. But the Pope, along with having all the qualities we've discussed, was also kind of his own man. He did what he wanted, and he didn't necessarily follow protocol all the time or doctor's orders. So probably he had a sense, that he was failing, and he went out and saw people. You talked about, he had that surprise meeting with King Charles and Queen Camilla. Also the Holy Thursday, going to the prison. He wasn't strong enough to wash the prisoners' feet, as he has done since the beginning of his pontificate. But he did go and say what he had often said when he visited prisoners, which is, why you and not me? Again, there was this sense with him that he really empathized with people who were in difficult situations, whether they were prisoners. He was strongly spoke out against capital punishment and life sentences, and also migrants, poor people who were struggling. And there was just always that sense as, I could easily be in your spot, and I recognize that.
So again, on that point, capital punishment, he made that very clear, under no circumstances. But you use the word doctrine. And I think it's worth reflecting on, because we're going to see the cardinals, some of whom are progressive or liberal, like Pope Francis, and some of whom are arch-traditionalist, much more conservative. And he stirred passion on both extremes within the conclave that will come, the body of cardinals, 252 around the world. And when he was making those policy changes or making those gestures or being with the people or speaking as he did, those who were conservative, and many within the American Catholic Church, they called him a heretic. They said his papacy was a catastrophe. And there was some real animosity directed toward Pope Francis, and those tensions may well be, it'll be interesting to think about what are they reflecting upon as they take part in this funeral service. But can you talk about the division within the church that he also sparked?
I think part of the division in the church comes from it from Francis' recognition that it is a global church with many cultures. So often we frame this, in the West anyways, as a right and a left, progressive, conservative. But I think how Francis saw this is, as the Bishop of Rome, as the Pope, his main ministry is the unity of the church. So he has to balance doctrine, and Pope Francis didn't really change doctrine. Popes don't change doctrines unilaterally. Doctrine is something that is developed in conversation with the church, with the bishops, with theologians. So it's true that Pope Francis didn't change doctrine, but he interpreted it in a pastoral way. And I think that's what made people a bit nervous, was how he interpreted it. But as I said, always for the benefit, always think about compassion and mercy. So I think when we talk about sort of the voices in the church, I think what might work and what might seem right in the context of North America or Canada might be actually quite a different story in places in Africa or Asia. So I think Francis, in trying to appropriate this global church, said to himself, now, how do I keep everybody together? How do we have these differences? He referred to these differences within a single unity as the polyhedron. How do we keep these differences in creative tension and still keep the church united?
So that's interesting, because in some ways, in trying to keep them united, it wasn't fully pleasing to both extremes. There was a sense of frustration or disappointment, or even in some cases heartbreak on the matters of women being ordained or same-sex marriage, some of those issues that we can discuss more fully. But I do want to pause and just draw your attention again to the dignitaries who are arriving. We are seeing Donald Trump now in these images as he has arrived with the First Lady Melania Trump. And it's interesting, when the Pope died on Monday at the age of 88, there is President Zelensky as well, as he has arrived. His tribute to the Pope. Oh, just pause and enjoy this moment together. Hundreds of thousands of people in St. Peter's Square saw an image of President Zelensky on the big screen and paused to applaud. Now that was something. That he's here, given the fact that the fighting has intensified, is just remarkable. But again, as I mentioned, there were 3 meetings with the Pope at the Vatican over the course of the time of the war. He has been very, very critical of the war once he came to that position. And as President Zelensky acknowledged in his tribute, someone who had offered hope and support to the people of Ukraine. President Trump, again, they met in 2017. Megan, you'll remember covering that, I'm sure. They met on one occasion and exchanged gifts. There was in the reading material some perhaps not so thinly veiled messages from the Pope to Donald Trump in terms of what he gave him. But it didn't look warm, if I can put it like that, the pictures at that time. These are men whose priorities and whose worldviews are very different.
Utterly opposed to each other. I mean, what can we say about that other than the fact that, Pope Francis, again, anti-hierarchical, prioritizing, not only reaching out, but prioritizing the needs of the poor, an empathy that those people could be any of us.
Emphasis on climate change, opposition to, as we've said, unbridled capitalism. These are all things, as we say, diametrically opposed in so many respects, and so many of Donald Trump's supporters perhaps having different views. And that's reflected in the American church, isn't it? The priests who are arriving in the United States now are younger and younger, but more and more conservative, according to the research that we're getting.
That seems to be a trend, certainly that younger clergy in North America are drawn to more traditional practices and devotions, liturgy, and these kinds of things. But at the same time, I don't know if that sums up. It's a bit anecdotal in the sense that this is what we're seeing in the U.S. church. But there's still many vocations that are coming because of a commitment to social justice, the types of things that Francis inspired. I think he inspired a generation of younger clergy also.
Listening behind, the only sound that we have heard has been that applause, really, when Again, as the people who have assembled saw the image of President Zelensky on that screen. It is hushed, it is respectful, anticipation, because we may be. Are they always punctual with these things to the moment? So
fairly,
we should be very
I find
soon
the Vatican fairly punctual.
looking once the delegates have taken their place, and then we will see again the procession leading out of St. Peter's. The cross will lead the procession, and then the coffin will be borne out. But as we look at the crowd, again, young people. Who are you seeing in this crowd who stands out to you, Father?
The young people certainly stand out to me. All the scout troops that we can see, their
we'll just
Pope
pause.
Francis'
Again,
body will be brought out now.
Applause. What is happening behind us is on the big screens. Those in the square are seeing the coffin of Pope Francis. And there's that simple wooden coffin which we've mentioned. His wish, as he simplified the papal funeral rites, not 3 layers of a casket, a wooden coffin, lined in zinc for preservation, and then a simple cross. As people remove their hats as a show of respect, and there we will see cardinals as they have forming a ceremonial line on either side. The princes of the church who will choose the successor. They haven't begun to choose and plan fully the conclave yet. We haven't heard of a date. Right now the emphasis has been on the funeral as the cardinals from all around the world have arrived and had meetings, but more for logistics for today and this funeral. The conclave is a matter to come. But the procession beginning through St. Peter's Basilica, and it will soon be coming through those doors, the holy door. All 3 of us had the experience of being inside. As quiet and hushed as it is beside us and behind us here in the square, it was similarly reverential, as you would expect, inside. But it was surprising how efficient, how moving. How did you find it, Father?
I agree. It was very moving to see the people lining up with such sort of serenity, with grief, clearly mourning, to come to the casket to pay their respects, and to do it with. There was just a sense of a solidarity too, that we're all missing the same person. We're all here to bid farewell to this person who we respect
someone
and
is
love.
missing.
Yeah.
I like that idea. The people's pope. We can't keep coming back enough to that. And Megan, how did you find on the inside?
Well, I found it very moving and striking that I mean, it took hours to get there, that people are willing in today's world where everything is so fast.
That's right.
We don't have much patience anymore, but people were willing to wait 4 or 5, 6 hours and sort of slowly
And
shuffle
just
along.
for a second or two, because there was not time to linger, even to pray, really.
No.
It was just to pause.
You got
Again,
you got a quick glance and you were moved along. Yeah.
the most beautiful basilica. 120 years it took for construction. Sacred place right over the tomb of St. Peter. Michelangelo and Raphael and Bernini making this holy shrine. And as I said at the beginning, architectural marvel. Let's just pause to listen to the sacred music.
pax vobis. Fratres, agnoscamus peccata nostra, ut actissimus ad sacra mysteria celebranda. Confiteor, De omnipotenti,
to Almighty God and to you, my brothers and sisters, that I have greatly sinned in my thoughts and in my words, in what I have done and in what I have failed to do, through my fault, through my most grievous fault. Therefore, I ask Blessed Mary, ever Virgin, all the angels and saints, and you, my brothers and sisters, to pray for me to the Lord our God.
Misereatur nostri omnipotens Deus,
may Almighty God have mercy upon us, forgive us our sins, and bring us to everlasting life. Kyrie eleison. Lord, have mercy.
Oremus.
Let us pray.
Deus,
O God,
immortalis pastor
immortal
animarum,
shepherd of souls,
respice popolo
look
tuum
on your people's
supplicantem,
prayers
et presta
and grant
ut
that your
famulus
servant
tuus,
Pope
Papa
Francis,
who
who presided over your church in charity, may, with the flock entrusted to his care, receive from your mercy the reward of a faithful steward. Through our Lord Jesus Christ, your Son, who lives and reigns with you in the unity of the Holy Spirit, God, forever and ever. Amen.
A reading from the Acts of the Apostles. In those days, Peter opened his mouth and said, "Truly, I understand that God shows no partiality. But in every nation, anyone who fears him and does what is right is acceptable to him. As for the word that he sent to Israel, preaching good news of peace through Jesus Christ, he is Lord of all. You yourselves know what happened throughout all Judea, beginning from Galilee after the baptism that John proclaimed, how God anointed Jesus of Nazareth with the Holy Spirit and with power. He went about doing good and healing all who were oppressed by the devil, for God was with him. And we are witnesses of all that he did, both in the country of the Jews and in Jerusalem. They put him to death by hanging him on a tree, but God raised him on the third day and caused him to appear, not to all people, but to us, who had been chosen by God as witnesses, who ate and drank with him after he rose from the dead. And he commanded us to preach to the people and to testify that he is the one appointed by God to be judge of the living and the dead. To him, all the prophets bear witness that everyone who believes in him receives forgiveness of sins through his name."
The word of the Lord. Thanks be to God.
Dominus pascit me.
The Lord is my shepherd.
Et nihil mihi delit.
There is nothing I shall want.
Super aquas quieti seduxit me, animam mea refecit. Deduxit me super semitas justitiae, propter nomen suum. Illo nobas tuere, divine collocavit. Nam etiam ambulabero in valle umbre mortis non timebo mala, quoniam tu mecum es. Illo nobas tuere, divine collocavit. Virga tua et baculus tuus, ipsa me consolata sunt. Illo nobas tuere, divine collocavit. Parasti in conspectum eo mensam, adversus eos qui tribulant me. Illo nobas tuere, divine collocavit. Impinguastino leo caput meum, et calix meus redundat. Illo nobas tuere, divine collocavit. Et enim benignitas et misericordia subsequentur me, omnibus diebus vitae me. Illo nobas tuere, et inhabitabo in domo Domini, in longitudinem dierum.
Lectura de la carta del apóstol San Pablo a los Filipenses. Hermanos, nosotros somos ciudadanos del cielo, de donde aguardamos un Salvador, el Señor Jesucristo.
The Lord Jesus Christ,
Él transformará nuestro
who
cuerpo
will transform our lowly
según el
body
modelo de su cuerpo glorioso,
to be like his
con
glorious
esa
body,
energía que posee para
by the
someterse
power
a
that
todo.
enables him even to subject all things to himself. Therefore, my brothers and sisters, whom I love and long for,
Mi alegría y mi
my
corona,
joy and crown,
manteneos
stand
así en
firm
el
thus
Señor,
in the Lord,
queridos.
my beloved.
Verbum Domini.
Dominus vobiscum.
Et cum spiritu tuo. Lectio Sancti Evangelii secundum Ioannem. Cum manifestasset se Iesus discipulis suis, e prandissen cum eis, dicit Simoni Petro Iesus, Simon Ioannis,
son of John, do you love me more than these? He said to him, Yes, Lord, you know that I love you.
Dicit ei, pasce agnos meos. Dicit ei iterum secundo, Simon Ioannis diligis me. Ait illi, etiam Domine, tušis quia amo te. Dicit ei, pasce oves meas. Dicit ei tertio, Simon Ioannis, amas me. Contristatus es Petrus, quia dixit ei tertio, amas me. E dicit ei, Domine, tu omnia scis, tu cognoscis quia amo te. Dicit ei, pasce oves meas. Amen, amen dico tibi, cum esses junior, cingebas te ipsum, et ambulabas ubi volebas, cum autem senueris, extendes manus tuas, et alius te cinget, et ducet quo non vis. Hoc autem dixit, significans qua morte clarificaturus esset Deum. Et hoc cum dixisset, dicit ei sequere me. Verbum Domini.
In questa maestosa piazza di San Pietro, nella quale Papa Francesco tante volte
where Pope
ha
Francis
celebrato
celebrated the Eucharist so many times and presided over great gatherings over the past 12 years, we are gathered with sad hearts in prayer around his mortal remains. Yet we are sustained by the certainty of faith, which assures us that human existence does not end in the tomb, but in our Father's house, in a life of happiness that will know no end. On behalf of the College of Cardinals, I cordially thank all of you for your presence With deep emotion, I extend respectful greetings and heartfelt thanks to the many heads of state, heads of government, and official delegations who have come from many countries to express their affection, veneration, and esteem for our late Holy Father. The outpouring of affection that we have witnessed in recent days follow his passing from this earth into eternity tells us how much the profound pontificate of Pope Francis touched minds and hearts. The final image we have of him, which will remain etched in our memory, is that of last Sunday, Easter Sunday, when Pope Francis, despite his serious health problems, wanted to give us his blessing from the balcony of St. Peter's Basilica. He then came down to this square to greet the large crowd gathered for the Easter Mass while riding in the open-top Pope Mobile. With our prayers, we now entrust the soul of our beloved Pontiff to God, that he may grant him eternal happiness in the bright and glorious gaze of his immense love. We are enlightened and guided by the passage of the Gospel, in which the very voice of Christ resounded, asking the first of the apostles, Peter, Peter, do you love me more than these? Peter's answer was prompt and sincere. Lord, you know everything. You know that I love you. Jesus then entrusted him with the great mission, feed my sheep. This will be the constant task of Peter and his successors, a service of love in the footsteps of Christ, our Master and Lord, who, despite his frailty and suffering towards the end, Pope Francis chose to follow this path of self-giving until the last day of his earthly life. He followed in the footsteps of his Lord, the Good Shepherd, who loved his sheep to the point of giving for them his entire life. And he did so with strength and serenity, close to his flock, the Church of God. When Cardinal Bergoglio, on the 13th of March 2013, was elected by the conclave to succeed Pope Benedict XVI, he already had many years of experience in religious life in the Society of Jesus, and above all, was enriched by 21 years of pastoral ministry in the Archdiocese of Buenos Aires, first as auxiliary, then as coadjutor, and above all, as Archbishop. The decision to take the name Francis immediately appeared to indicate the pastoral plan and the style on which he wanted to base his pontificate, seeking inspiration from the spirit of St. Francis of Assisi. Pope Francis maintained his temperament and form of pastoral leadership, and through his resolute personality immediately made his mark on the governance of the Church. He established direct contact with individuals and peoples, eager to be close to everyone, with a marked attention to those in difficulty, giving himself without measure, especially to the marginalized. He was a pope among the people, with an open heart towards everyone. He was also a pope attentive to the signs of the times and what was happening in society and what the Holy Spirit was awakening in the Church. With his characteristic vocabulary and language, rich in images and metaphors, he always sought to shed light on the problems of our time with the wisdom of the gospel. He did so by offering a response, encouraged by the light of faith and encouraging us to live as Christians amid the challenges and contradictions in recent years, which he loved to describe as an epochal change. He had great spontaneity and an informal way of addressing everyone, even those far from the Church. Rich in human warmth and deeply sensitive to today's challenges, Pope Francis truly shared the anxieties, sufferings, and hopes of this time of ours. And he gave himself by comforting and encouraging us with a message capable of reaching people's hearts in a direct and immediate way. His charisma of welcoming and listening, combined with a manner of behavior in keeping with today's sensitivities, touched hearts and sought to reawaken moral and spiritual sensibilities. Evangelization was the guiding principle of his pontificate. With a clear missionary vision, he spread the joy of the gospel, which was the title of his first apostolic exhortation, Evangelii Gaudium. It is a joy that fills the hearts of all those who entrust themselves to God with confidence and hope. The guiding thread of his mission was also the conviction that the Church is a home for all, a home with its doors always open. He often used the image of the Christ as a field hospital after a battle in which many were wounded. A church determined to take care of the problems of people and the great anxieties that tear the contemporary world apart. A church capable of bending down to every person, regardless of their beliefs or condition, and healing their wounds. His gestures and exhortations in favor of refugees and displaced persons are countless. His insistence on working on behalf of the poor was constant. It is significant that Pope Francis' first journey was to Lampedusa, an island that symbolizes the tragedy of emigration, with thousands of people drowning at sea. In the same vein was his trip to Lesbos, together with the ecumenical patriarch and the Archbishop of Athens, as well as the celebration of a Mass on the border between Mexico and the United States during his journey to Mexico. Of his 47 arduous apostolic journeys, the one to Iraq in 2021, defying every risk, will remain particularly memorable. That difficult apostolic journey was a balm to the open wounds of the Iraqi people, who had suffered so much from the inhuman actions of ISIS. It was also an important trip for interreligious dialogue, another significant dimension of his pastoral work. With his 2024 apostolic journey to 4 countries in Asia, Oceania, the Pope reached, quote, the most peripheral periphery of the world, unquote. Pope Francis always placed the gospel of mercy at the center, repeatedly emphasizing that God never tires of forgiving us. He always forgives, whatever the situation might be of the person who asks for forgiveness and returns to the right path. He called for the extraordinary Jubilee of Mercy in order to highlight that mercy is the heart of the gospel. Mercy and joy of the gospel are 2 key words for Pope Francis. In contrast to what he called, quote, the culture of waste, unquote, he spoke of the culture of encounter and that of solidarity. The theme of fraternity ran through his entire pontificate with vibrant tones. In his encyclical letter, Fratelli Tutti, he wanted to revive a worldwide aspiration to fraternity, because we are all children of the same Father who is in heaven. Forcefully, he often reminded us that we all belong to the same human family, and that nobody can save himself alone. In 2019, during his trip to the United Arab Emirates, Pope Francis signed a document on the human fraternity for world peace and living together, recalling the common fatherhood of God. Addressing men and women throughout the world, in his encyclical letter, Laudato Si, he drew attention to our duties and our shared responsibility for our common home. Faced with the raging wars of recent years, with their inhuman horrors and countless deaths and destruction, Pope Francis incessantly raised his voice, imploring peace and calling for reason and urging honest negotiation to find possible solutions. Because war, he said, only results in the death of people, the destruction of homes, hospitals, and schools. War always leaves the world worse than it was before. It is always a painful and tragic defeat for everyone. Build bridges, not walls, was an exhortation he repeated many times. And his service of faith as successor of the Apostle Peter was always linked to the service of humanity in all its dimensions. Spiritually united with all of Christianity, we are here in large numbers to pray for Pope Francis, that God may welcome him into the immensity of his love. Pope Francis used to conclude his speeches and meetings by saying, "Do not forget to pray for me." Now, dear Pope Francis, we now ask you to pray for us. And we ask you to bless the Church from heaven, bless Rome, and bless the whole world, as you did last Sunday from the balcony of this basilica, in a final embrace with all the people of God, but also embrace humanity in its entirety that seeks the truth with a sincere heart and holds high the torch of hope.
Fratelli e sorelle, preghiamo Dio nostro Padre.
Let us pray to God our Father, who today brings
il mistero pasquale del suo Figlio unigenito nelle esequie del pastore della Chiesa universale, perché lo accolga nella sua eterna pace e te gioia e elargisca ogni bene alla Chiesa e al mondo.
Dominum deprecemur,
pour le pape François, défunt, afin que le prince des pasteurs, qui vit toujours pour intercéder en notre faveur, l'accueille avec bonté dans son royaume de lumière et de paix.
Dominum deprecemur,
من أجل كنيسة الله المقدسة لكي تبقى أمينة لرسالتها وتكون خميرة تجدد في المسيح للعائلة البشرية.
Pelos povos de todas as nações, que praticando incansavelmente a justiça, possam estar sempre unidos no amor fraterno e busquem incessantemente o caminho da paz.
Dominum deprecemur,
Módlmy się za zmarłych papieży i za tych wszystkich, którzy w Kościele głosili Ewangelię oraz pełnili posługę kapłańską. Niech dostąpią udziału w liturgii niebieskiej.
Dominum deprecemur,
für alle verstorbenen Gläubigen, dass sie in das Himmelreich eintreten dürfen.
Dominum deprecemur,
For us gathered here, that having celebrated the sacred mysteries, we may one day be called by Christ to enter his glorious kingdom. Let us pray to the Lord. Lord, hear our prayer. God, our salvation, hear us as we make our prayer in union with the Blessed Virgin Mary and all the saints. Welcome into the assembly of your elect, the soul of your servant and our Pope Francis, who put his trust in the prayer of the Church. Through Christ our Lord. Amen. Give light to my eyes, lest I fall asleep in death, lest my enemies say, I have prevailed over him.
Orate fratres, ut meum
Pray,
ad
brethren,
vestum sacrificium
that my sacrifice
acceptabile
and
fiat
yours
apud Deum Patrem
may be acceptable
omnipotente.
to God, the Almighty Father.
Oblazione pacificam populi tui, qui sumus Domine, propitius intuere, qui animam famuli tui, Pape Francisci, tue misericordie fidenter committimus, et presta, ut qui tue caritatis et pacis in humana familia fuit instrumentum, e arum fructu constantis tuis perpetuo letarium mereatur, per Christum Dominum nostrum. Amen. Dominus vobiscum. Et cum spiritu tuo. Sursum corda. Habemus ad Domino. Gratias agamus, Domino Deo nostro. Dignum et justum est. Vere dignum et justum est, ecum et salutare, nos tibi semper et ubique gratias agere, Domine Sancte Pater, omnipotens aeterne Deus, per Christum Dominum nostrum. In qua nobis spes beate resurrectionis effulsit, ut quas contrista certa moriendi conditio, eosdem consoletur future immortalitatis promissio. Tui sein infidelibus, Domine, vita mutatur non tollitur, el dissoluta terrestris uius incolatus domo, eterna in celis habitatio comparatur. Et ideo, cum angelis et arcangelis, cum tronis et dominationibus, cumque omni militia celestis exercitus, innum gloriae tue canimus sine fine dicentes.
You are indeed holy, O Lord.
Merito te laudat omnis ac te condita creatura, quia per Filium Tuum, Dominum nostrum, Iesum Christum, Spiritus Sancti operante virtute, vivificas et sanctificas universa, et populum Tuum congregare non desinis, ut a solis ortu usque ad occasum, oblatio mundo offeratur nomini Tuo. Supplices ergo te Domine deprecamur, ut ec munera quae tibi sacranda deturimus, et odem spiritus sanctificare digneris, ut corpus et sanguis fiant Filii Tui Domini nostri Iesu Christi, cuius mandato ec mysteria celebramus. Ipse enim, in qua notte tradebatur, accepit panem, et tibi gratias agens benedixit, fregit, dedique discipulis suis dicens. accipite et manducate ex hoc omnes, hoc est enim corpus meum, quod pro vobis tradetur. Simili modo, postquam cenatum est, accipiens calicem, et tibi gratias agens, benedixit, dedique discipulis suis, dicens, accipit et bibit ex eo omnes, hic est enim calis sanguinis mei, novi et eterni testamenti, qui pro vobis et pro multis effundetur in remissionem peccatorum, hoc facite in meam commemorationem. Mysterium Fidei. Memore sigitur Domine, eius dem Filii Tui salutifere passionis, nec non mirabilis resurrectionis et ascensionis in celum, sed prestolantes alterum eius adventum, offerimus tibi gratias referentes, hoc sacrificium vivum et sanctum. Respice quesimus in oblationem ecclesiae Tue, et a nosem ostiam, cuius voluisti immolatione placari, concede, ut qui corpore et sanguine Filii Tui reficimur, Spiritus eius Sancto repleti, unum corpus et unus Spiritus inveniamur in Christo.
Ipse nos tibi perficiat munus eternum, ut cum electis Tuis hereditatem consequivaleamus, in primis, cum Beatissima Vergine Dei Genetrice Maria, cum Beato Iosef eius sponso, cum Beatis Apostolis Tuis et gloriosis martiribus, et omnibus sanctis, quorum intercessione perpetuo apud Te confidimus adiuvari.
Ec ostia nostre reconciliationis proficiat, quesumus Domine, ad totius mundi pacem atque salutem. Ecclesiam Tuam, pellegrinantem in terra, in fide et caritate firmare digneris, cum episcopali ordine et universo clero, et omni populo acquisitionis Tue. Votis huius familiae, quam tibi astare voluisti, ad esto propitius. Omnes filios Tuos ubique dispersos, tibi clemens pater miseratus coniunge. Memento famuli Tui, Pape Francisci, quem ad Te ex hoc mundo vocasti, concede, ut qui completatus fuit similitudini mortis Filii Tui, simul fiat et resurrectionis ipseus, quando mortuos suscitabit in carne de terra, et corpus humilitatis nostre configurabit corpori claritatis sue, sed et fratres nostros defunctus, et omnes, qui tibi placentes, ex hoc seclo transierunt, in regnum Tuum benignus admite, ubi fore speramus, ut simul gloria Tua perennite satiemo, quando omnem lacrimam absteges ab oculis nostris, qui a Te secuti es, Deum nostrum videntes, tibi similes erimus, cuncta per saecula, et Te sine fine laudabimus, per Christum Dominum nostrum, per quem mundo bona conta lageris.
Per ipsum et cum ipso et in ipso, est ibi Deo Patri omnipotenti, in unitate Spiritus Sancti, omnis honor et gloria, per omnia saecula saeculorum.
Preceptis salutaribus moniti et divina istituzione formati, audemus dicere.
Deliver us, Lord.
Ab omnibus malis, da propitius pacem in diebus nostris, ut ope misericordiae tua adiuti, et a peccatus simus semper liberi, et ab omni perturbazione securi, expectantes beatam spem, et adventum Salvatoris nostri Iesu Christi. Domine Iesu Christe, quid existi apostolis tuis, pacem relinquo vobis, pacem meam do vobis, ne respigias peccata nostra, sed fidem ecclesiae tue, e anque secundum voluntatem tuam pacificare et coadunare digneris, qui vivis et regnas in saecula saeculorum. Amen. Pax Domini sit semper vobiscum.
Et cum spiritu tuo. Offerte vobis pacem.
Ecce Agnus Dei, ecce qui tollit peccata mundi, beati qui a cena magni vocati sunt. Domine, non sum dignus.
Lord, I am not worthy that you should enter
under my verbo et sanabitur anima mea.
Luce a Dei Domini.
Oremus. Ad mensam eterni accedentes convivi, misericordiam tuam Domine, pro anima famuli tui Pape Francisci, supplicite imploramus, ut veritatis possessione tandem congaudiat, in qua populum tuum fidentem confirmavi,
your people,
per Christum
through
Dominum
Christ
nostrum.
our Lord. Amen. The final commendation and farewell.
Fratres,
Dear
sororesque
brothers and
carissimi,
sisters,
dulcissime Dei misericordiae,
let us commend to God's tender mercy the soul of Pope Francis, Bishop of the Catholic Church, who confirmed his brothers and sisters in the faith of the resurrection. Let us pray to God our Father through Jesus Christ and the Holy Spirit. May he deliver him from death, welcome him to eternal peace, and raise him up on the last day. Through the intercession of the Blessed Virgin Mary, Queen of the Apostles and Protectress of the Roman people, may God reveal to our Pope the face of his beloved Son, and console the Church with the light of the resurrection.
Ora Deus, fidelis
O God, faithful rewarder of souls, grant that your departed servant and our Bishop, Pope Francis, whom you have made successor of Peter and shepherd of your church, may happily enjoy forever in your presence in heaven the mysteries of your grace and compassion, which he faithfully ministered on earth. Through Christ our Lord. There follows the prayers of the Eastern churches.
ελέησον ημάς ο Θεός, κατά το μέγερός σου, δεόμετά σου, επάκουσον και ελέησον. Έθι δεόμετα υπεραναπαύσεως της ψυχής του κακοιμημένου δούλου του Θεού, πατρός ημών Φραγκίσκου Παπαρώμης, και υπέρ του συγχωρηθήνε αυτό παν πλημέλημα εκούσιον τε και ακούσιον. Όπως Κύριος ο Θεός τάξει την ψυχήν αυτού, ένδα οι δίκαιοι αναπαύονται, τα ελέη του Θεού, την βασιλείαν των ουρανών και άφεσιν των αυτού αμαρτιών, παρά Χριστό το αθανάτο βασιλεί και Θεό ημών, ετισόμεθα. Του Κυρίου δεηθόμεν. Κύριε ελέησον.
Ο Θεός των πνευμάτων και πάσης σαρκός, ο των θάνατων καταπασίσας, των δε διάβολων καταργήσας και ζωήν το κόσμο σου δωρησάμενος, αυτός, Κύριε, αναπαύσον την ψυχήν του κεκοιμημένου δούλου σου, του πατρός ημών Φραντσέσκο Παπαρώμης, εν τόπο φωτεινό, εν τόπο χλωερό, εν τόπο αναψύξεως, εν θα πέδρα οδύνη, λύπη και στεναγμός, παν αμάρτημα, το παραυτού πραχθέν, εν λόγω ή έργο ή διανία, ως αγαθός και φιλάνθρωπος Θεός, συγχώρησον ότι ουκ έστι άνθρωπος ως ζήσεται και ουκ αμαρτήσει. Σιγάρ μόνος εκτός αμαρτίας υπάρχεις, η δικαιοσύνη σου, δικαιοσύνη εις τον αιώνα, και ο νόμος σου αλήθεια, لأنك أنت القيامة والحياة والراحة لعبدك الراقد أبينا فرانسيس بابا روما. أيها المسيح إلهنا، وإليك نرفع المجد، وإلى أبيك الأزلي وروحك القدوس الصالح والمحيي، الآن وكل أوان وإلى دهر الداهرين. αιώνια σου η μνήμη, فليكن ذكرهم أبدا. αιώνια σου η μνήμη. المسيح قام من بين الأموات ووطئ الموت بالموت ووهب الحياة للذين في القبور. Cristo è risorto dai morti, con la morte calpestando la morte e donando la vita a coloro che licevano nei sepolcri.
Misericordiae tue,
Gracious Father, we commend to your mercy our Pope Francis, whom you made successor of Peter and shepherd of the Church, a fearless preacher of your word and a faithful minister of the divine mysteries. Welcome him, we pray, into your heavenly dwelling place to enjoy eternal glory with all your chosen ones. We give you thanks, Lord, for all the blessings that in your goodness you bestowed upon him for the good of your people. Grant us the comfort of faith and the strength of hope. To your Father, source of life, through Christ, the conqueror of death, in the life-giving Spirit, be all honor and glory forever and ever. Amen.
The soaring voices of the Sistine Choir, the oldest choir in the world, as they sing, and the coffin of Pope Francis is borne out of St. Peter's Square and once more into St. Peter's Basilica. At the conclusion of his funeral service, and the crowd, as you heard, applauding as they see images of the Pope being carried out of the square for a final time. Pope Francis would always say to anyone he encountered, "Pray for me." And the hundreds of thousands of people here in St. Peter's Square have been doing just that for the past 2 hours, and I dare say millions more around the world as they have watched. A service for the Pope that was sober, sacred obviously, simpler as per his wishes. You see, farewell to the Father. Per his wishes, the simple wooden coffin you just saw, the language simplified as well, referred throughout the funeral service as simply Pope Francis. It was not a service for a king, but it was befitting a pope, as he himself asked for a service for a pastor and disciple of Christ, and not of a powerful person in this world. Let's just pause and let you experience the crowd saying a final farewell in person to Pope Francis. And again, in through the holy door of St. Peter's Basilica, yes, simpler, but still spectacular, with the pageantry and centuries-old traditions of the Catholic Church in front of the place that is the spiritual center for the Catholic Church in the world. We thank you for joining us for these past 2 hours for the funeral of Pope Francis. I'm Heather Hiscox. Very privileged to be here in St. Peter's Square for this moment in history, and to be sharing it today with Father Darren Diaz, who is the Executive Director of the Toronto School of Theology, and with Megan Williams, who is our correspondent here in Rome and has covered this funeral, John Paul II's funeral, and so many papal moments in between. And thank you very much for sharing this day with us. It's just to experience this music as the punctuation to quite an extraordinary couple of hours. What were your impressions, Father?
Well, there was a nice simplicity to the celebration, I think, that befits someone like Pope Francis. The homily was quite a testament to his papacy, and as he's carried into the Basilica, we can see him being carried into the Basilica in his simple wooden casket there lined with the cardinals, but the song that's being sung is the Magnificat. It's the Canticle of Mary, and it's modeled on the song of the poor and the simple and the powerless. And so that's, even though it sounds quite amazing because of the choir, the words are scriptural from Luke, and they're quite beautiful and simple.
Which is central to the papacy of Pope Francis, simpler, the people, the poor, and you mentioned to Mary, and of course in just a short period of time we're going to see his final resting place, which is the basilica dedicated to the Virgin Mary, and where he will encounter several dozens of the poor and homeless and those who were dearest to him. And we'll talk about that in a moment. But these images of the magnificent, as you said, not just the song, the piece of music, but St. Peter's Basilica up to the papal altar, which is built, of course, just above the tomb of St. Peter,
right.
the first pope, the dearest of the apostles to Christ, and that is central, of course, to the Catholic Church. But the homily, which the sermon, the story of his life, and we were all commenting how personal it was in detailing his personal life, but also the aspects of his papacy, his legacy, which were so defining.
Indeed, yeah. It was a very personal homily, and it seemed to touch on all those things that we would think about Francis: his simplicity, his commitment to the poor, his commitment to migrants, his desire for fraternity among the religions, his stand against violence and war. It was, in a short homily, it really did capture those main themes of his papacy that weren't just limited to governance within the church, though Cardinal Ray spoke about that, but it also had, his papacy also had a significant geopolitical moment. And so I think that although in this context, when there's not only the faithful here to mourn him, but also political leaders, state leaders, to be reminded about that he was a pope not just for Catholics, but for Christians, for other people, other believers, and indeed for a world in trouble.
And so many of the aspects of his legacy are what made him so appealing to those who are non-Catholic, all of the aspects of social justice and climate change and emphasis on the poor and on migrants. And when you mentioned the geopolitical leaders, we were wondering at the beginning of the service, the seating arrangements, who would be beside who. There are hundreds of heads of state here, hundreds of heads of government, kings, queens, princes as well, but there was a moment during the sign of peace when Donald Trump was here representing the United States, shaking hands with Emmanuel Macron from France and a number of other world leaders. Of course, these are leaders with whom Donald Trump has very tense relations right now over tariffs and some of the other changes he has made in the first 100 days of his administration. So there's Pope Francis bringing them together, building bridges, moments of exchanging peace. There were moments of applause during the service as well, and they were telling prior to the actual service beginning when Volodymyr Zelensky arrived and people saw on the big screen the president of Ukraine. Very warm applause. And there were moments of applause, Megan, during the service as well, during the homily. And one of them, which was most remarkable, was when Cardinal Re, the Dean of the Cardinals, who was delivering the service, in charge of the service today, he mentioned Lampedusa. Explain the significance of that.
Well, Lampedusa, which is the tiny island between Italy and North Africa, it's closer to North Africa than Italy, is the destination that so many African migrants want to make when they're trying to escape poverty and conflict and try to get to Europe. And many, many have died. The Pope made Lampedusa his first apostolic visit, his first trip outside of Rome, 4 months after he was elected Pope. He went there, he got on a boat, he threw a wreath of flower into the water near the statue of Mary, and he denounced the indifference, what he called the indifference of politicians of Europe to the plight of these people. So it just underscores, I mean, we've talked about the poor, prisoners, migrants, but it underscores just how central speaking out for migrants was to his papacy from the very start.
At the very beginning, that was an important indication. He referred to that as an open-air cemetery.
That's right.
As he was throwing those flowers. And as we're going to pause and listen to the bells for just a moment as they toll. But again, coming back to this scene and on that final balcony moment when he delivered his Easter message, or when an aide read what he had written, he talked about them again. He criticized those who stir up contempt towards the vulnerable, the marginalized, and migrants. So at the end and at the very beginning, they were central to his papacy. Yeah. Just pause for a moment as we listen to the magnificent bells of St. Peter's Basilica. The bells of St. Peter's, and as Megan was reminding Father Diaz and myself earlier, they rang 88 times for each of his 88 years of life, passing away on Monday of this week after a stroke led to a coma, led to heart failure. But as we learned, it was not painful, there was no trauma, it was a slipping away. And that was a great source of comfort to people who were here and paying tribute to Pope Francis. And you get a sense from these pictures of just how many people there are. The word from the Vatican is about 200,000 in St. Peter's Square itself, but as you can see on Via della Conciliazione, many more thousand, and they've actually stopped people from getting into the square. So there are many more people just outside of this area, and we understand the expectation is for even more people along the funeral procession route, which will travel from St. Peter's Basilica to Santa Maria Maggiore, where he will be buried, and we'll be watching that closely too once the funeral procession begins. But to look at those people, again, the other aspect where they applauded was in the Pope's efforts to end war. He was certainly a steadfast advocate for peace, and perhaps the reminder of President Zelensky is top of mind for the people who are here. But Megan, on the point of Ukraine, and I will tell you that we had wondered about this earlier, that would there be a discussion between Donald Trump and President Zelensky, and indeed prior to the service we understand they did have a bilateral discussion. What came of that we're not sure, but there certainly is a lot of pressure on President Zelensky from President Trump to reach a deal which he finds many ways unacceptable. So we'll follow that as another part of the story today. But on the notion of war, certainly Gaza, certainly Ukraine, although he was criticized early on, but he was a very powerful voice for bringing those conflicts to an end.
Absolutely. I mean, he obviously pushed for peace from the start, from the beginning of that war in Ukraine, Gaza as well. And he was criticized at a certain point. He said that Ukraine should raise the white flag, which upset a lot of people because they interpreted that as his saying that Ukraine should surrender to Russia after the invasion. Now, he later corrected that statement or clarified it. He met, as you mentioned earlier, with Zelensky 3 times. He was clearly on the side of Ukraine, but it took him a long time to say that. He was very cautious at the beginning and not naming Russia as the aggressor. Talking to Vatican experts, they say that in a way it took Pope Francis a while to understand the Russian invasion of Ukraine as essentially a colonial war, as Russia trying to take over Ukraine as a colonizer. He was seeing it through a different lens. Previous popes might have understood that, having come from Poland and Germany, might have understood the geopolitics of that a little differently. Francis, I think he eventually got there, but it took him a while to understand the dynamics of it in a way. And I think essentially he just wanted to bring about peace and stop the killing.
So some of the other things that were touched upon in that homily we'll expand upon over the next little while. We still have very nearly 2 hours together as we watch the funeral procession, and there is much to the legacy. The breadth of that is quite extraordinary over these 12 years, and we will look at many of the things that were raised in that homily. But as we look at these scenes as well, I was mentioning the hundreds of thousands of people who are here in St. Peter's Square. Many were watching on big screens. Well, everyone here in the square watching on big screens. And similarly, outside Santa Maria Maggiore, which is going to be the Pope's final resting place. He has chosen a bit of a break with papal tradition. He's not the first. There are 7 popes buried in Santa Maria Maggiore. But the majority, 91 of the popes, are buried in St. Peter's Basilica. But Santa Maria is devoted to the Virgin Mary. We're about to see, as we watch here, the coffin begin the funeral procession, and there it is. It's almost a Pope-mobile at a certain point, isn't it?
It does look like a Pope-mobile.
It does.
He's
a
ready
little
to
bit.
go on a final journey.
A final journey, the journey that he began when he stepped out of the balcony here. The earthly journey is going to lead to Santa Maria Maggiore, that final Pope-mobile on Sunday. This is very symbolic, I think, but it's going to travel through the streets of Rome, across the Tiber, and arrive at the location where our colleague Briar Stewart is, who's been with people. I don't know if they applauded Briar as the people here in St. Peter's Square did, but I'm interested to know what the people there have been thinking. So to you for a moment or two.
Yeah, that's right, Heather. They sure did. They clapped when the Cardinal talked about the needs to end wars and to build bridges, not walls. And I can tell you it was very moving watching the crowd that has really swelled significantly over the last 45 minutes, so much so that you have a much more security here now. They've actually moved the barriers up closer to the church because the crowd was so densely packed against the buildings here. And you now have kind of civil workers coming by handing out water because people have been standing for hours trying to get a seat and get a view, and obviously it's very hot out here right now. But I want to talk a little bit more about just who is down here. And a short while ago, a few dozen special guests arrived, and you might be able to see them behind me. It depends. There's a lot of security back there too. But these are dozens of people which are going to be lining the steps, and they will get the final moment to pay their respects to the Pope. Now, in this group, you have prisoners. We know that the Pope chose to wash the feet of prisoners, including women, every year on Holy Thursday. There are also members of the transgender community. The Pope had met with them as well as gay activists before. You have migrants. Obviously, the issue of migration and refugees was very close to the Pope's heart. And also there are people in there who are homeless. And in fact, there's one gentleman that I recognize that we actually spoke to the other night. His name is Giovanni, and he's living just steps from St. Peter's Square in a shelter that was a Vatican palace, which the Pope helped turn into a shelter in 2019. You have nearly 50 people living there right now. Giovanni is one of them. He told us at the time that he had fallen on hard times after his wife and young daughter were tragically killed in a car accident. He has been invited as one of the group here today to pay the respects, and I think that's just another symbol of the connection that the Pope had and the love and the consideration that he had for those from vulnerable communities.
Briar, thank you so very much. Briar Stewart outside Santa Maria Maggiore. We'll be speaking with Briar in just a little while as we watch the funeral procession again through the streets of Rome, slowly at a walking pace, so that people, again, we expect hundreds of thousands, can pay respects. And there we see our first look at the procession, and it's just so perfect. No grand motorcade, a version of the Pope-mobile as it sets off through the streets of Rome. And I'm wondering what my first guest this morning today thinks of that. Timothy Schmaltz is with me. Timothy is a Canadian artist. His studio is in St. Jacobs, Ontario, but he has a very particular connection to the Pope and to St. Peter's Square, and he's with me here at our location, and I'm delighted to have you with me today.
Thank you.
Let's look at these first pictures. This is so perfect, isn't it, in so many ways? The Pope-mobile through the streets.
Yes. It's fascinating being here, and I think it took us all by a shock, really, this moment here.
That he passed away on Monday. Yeah. We had seen him alive on Easter Sunday and preaching, and then to have him pass away. What were your impressions of the service, first of all?
I thought it was beautiful. I thought to have so many people from all around the world come, and it was really emotional for me, actually, knowing Pope Francis for so many years.
And that is the reason why we want you to share your story. Knowing Pope Francis for so many years, Timothy has had a couple of sculptures commissioned by the Pope. The first, let's look at the first one, because we can see it just over our shoulder, Timothy. It's called Angels Unawares. And in 2019, he actually saw it unveil on what was the World Day for Migrants and Refugees. As we look at it, first of all, tell me about the sculpture.
Well, it was actually an idea from Cardinal Michael Cherney, a Canadian cardinal who opened up a new department for migrants and refugees for Pope Francis, and he worked directly with the Holy Father. And Cardinal Cherney suggested the idea of a new sculpture specifically to kind of celebrate and bring attention to the migrants and refugees all around the world. And so I created a small model, just about, I could carry it myself, and Pope Francis saw the model, and he was so taken by it, he asked me to come into St. Peter's Square so he could bless this little model. And that led to one of the best emails I ever got. The Holy Father wants a sculpture huge to install in St. Peter's Square.
When you opened that email, what was your reaction?
I just thought this as far as a Catholic sculptor, a Christian sculptor, this is one in a lifetime, one in a century opportunity to create this, to honor in a sense the Gospels and the specific ideas that all human life is sacred. And so when I was working on a huge version, I felt like in my studio in Ontario, I felt that Pope Francis was behind me watching everything I did to make sure it was perfect. But it was interesting because the Holy Father really gave absolute trust in me in the creation of the piece.
So as people are looking at it, because I know we're going to want to be seeing it as we again watch the Pope's funeral procession towards Santa Maria Maggiore, 140 migrants and refugees from various periods in history on this boat. And the notion is to be reminded of hospitality and welcoming. And when he saw your finished work, what did he say to you?
It was such an amazing time because it was arranged that Pope Francis would be there blessing the sculpture, but it would be unveiled from migrants from all around the world. So we had a huge crowd that day. It was on the day of migrants and refugees, so there's like 50,000 people for the unveiling. And what really touched me is just last year he did an evening prayer service for the migrants and refugees, and he decided to do this evening prayer service right here in St. Peter's Square, and he sat right in front of the sculpture. So I thought that I do believe that art is an instrument and a tool, and in a sense what I do believe is it crystallized what was in his heart, and it brought it out there, and now here it is permanently installed.
And I know at the time there were those who said, how can a 21st century sculpture fit in with the Bernini and the St. Peter's Square and all of this wonderful Baroque and Renaissance architecture and art? And the Pope was an advocate for you, wasn't he, at that time?
Absolutely. And it was interesting because as the piece with the crane here in St. Peter's Square was lowering the sculpture, and in fact there actually had to be a concrete bridge built underneath the cobblestones because right beneath the sculpture are the catacombs. And so I was a little bit nervous at the installation, and one of the Vatican officials said, you must be very happy. There hasn't been a sculpture placed here in centuries. And I think that was when the piece first was set in, something that some people were a little bit critical of. And I remember one person, or actually it was one of the cardinals, Cardinal Konrad Krajewski, who works very close with Pope Francis. And he was asked, well, it doesn't fit in with the Berninis. And the Berninis are the sculptures all on the colonnade here.
Yes.
And Cardinal Konrad said, it doesn't matter if it matches the Berninis, it matches the Gospels. And when I heard that, I thought that was the greatest compliment that sculpture could ever have. And in a sense, that's Pope Francis himself. He didn't match the ornamental, he didn't match many different aspects of the traditions, but he matched the Gospels, and that's what counts.
I hear the emotion in your voice when you talk about this, and the Pope whom you knew lost someone personal to you, dear to you, in his passing.
I think the world lost something. I was actually having supper last night with Cardinal Giovanni, one of the Canadian cardinals, and he mentioned, and it was very inspiring what he mentioned. He mentioned that it's our responsibility now to not depend on the Pope, and we have to take his message and bring it in the grassroots out there. And that's how we can keep his memory and his mission alive, is by actually, like St. Francis said, preach everywhere you go, and if necessary, even use words. And so we have to do things like that. So me personally, as a spiritual Catholic sculptor, I'm planning on creating more pieces that give human dignity, that actually show that human life is sacred, all human life.
Well, you have already been commissioned for a second. In fact, it's just recently been unveiled, and that's a piece called Be Welcoming. I don't think we have a picture of that, but I understand it's a person in a robe and sandals, angel's wings, be welcoming, as Pope Francis was.
Well,
and that's just over here, just out of our line of sight.
It's just on the other side of St. Peter's Square, and that was just a miraculous event. Actually, on the other side of St. Peter's Square, Cardinal Konrad Krajewski, for the first time ever, created a hospital, a little clinic for the homeless, to help the homeless here in Rome and to take care of them. And that's just right here in St. Peter's Square, underneath the pillars. In front of that care for the homeless is now my second St. Peter's sculpture, and that's called Be Welcoming. And it's a homeless person that transforms into an angel. It's a very interesting piece. That was scheduled to be installed after Easter. And for some reason, it was installed right before, which is just, I find very symbolic.
Timothy, I want to thank you so much for sharing your story. So much of the Pope's legacy is in your pieces, which are going to live on, as you say, a tribute to him, his devotion to migrants, to the homeless, to the poor, which you have captured, and really wanted to bring that Canadian connection forward today. So Timothy Schmaltz from St. Jacobs, Ontario. Again, thank you so very much.
Thank you.
What we're looking at here are the images of the funeral procession. Pope Francis in a version of the Pope-mobile we were all struck by that as he was setting out from St. Peter's. And the route through the streets of Rome, where you can see people lining those streets, the estimation is maybe 300,000 people will see his casket, his coffin pass as it is transported to Santa Maria Maggiore. And let's just pause and listen for the response that this is getting. You can hear the applause for someone so beloved to them. The People's Pope, as he was known. His journey took him to the people, and this is a final earthly journey through the people on his way to his final resting place, which, as we watch that, again, just to tell you more about where he will be buried, it is in one of the four basilicas in Rome, the Santa Maria Maggiore, Santa Maria St. Mary, the Virgin Mary. This is where he would pray before and after each of his apostolic visits. And as we've been telling you today, there have been 47 of those to 68 different countries. He would pray for protection and after, and pray before each of his hospital visits. He had a number of serious health issues over the years, operation on his colon, sciatica. Of course, his respiratory issues. He had part of a lung removed when he was just 20 years old, and indeed that was his final hospitalization at Gemelli Hospital for what became bronchitis, developing into double pneumonia, and complication as well for many organs, and how seriously ill he was. So for people like these along the route to see him emerge from hospital and to be part of the Easter Sunday service, it was very important to them. You can get a sense of the crowd there, how deep that is. And Father Diaz, this is something to behold. They've updated the numbers, according to the Vatican. 250,000 is the estimated number here in St. Peter's Square. But again, as we were saying, they have cordoned off so much of the area, the numbers just in the streets nearby even higher. But this number equal along the streets and the applause.
It's a lot of people.
It is a lot of people.
I don't know how many deep that is, but it really does look like a lot of people. I think it shows the respect that not just pilgrims who, Megan said, there were a lot of pilgrims coming here for the Jubilee, but also the Roman people themselves. The Bishop of Rome has always had a very special relationship with the Roman people, and that he's going to Santa Maria Maggiore, who is sort of the patroness of the Roman people. I think this shows a special relationship with the Roman people themselves, with the Italian people themselves, shows in the crowds that are out there as he goes to Santa Maria Maggiore.
Again, we'll just pause again to show the acknowledgement and the respect for the Pope. just struck again by the words he said when he became Pope in March of 2013, beginning the journey between Bishop and his people, and again a final journey, Bishop and his people. One of the things, Father Diaz, that I was struck by in the homily, and it's very much part of his legacy, they spoke of how he really embodied the joy of the gospel. The Pope and the people with a heart open to everyone. And he used to talk about the church. It was available. It was welcoming to everyone, as he would say. And that's part of the connection to the hundreds of thousands of people who are paying respects today.
Absolutely. I think that Pope Francis wanted to go to the margins. So he wasn't just a pope for those who are, attending Mass faithfully every Sunday or very frequently. He was also the leader, the bishop of those who may never go to church. He was also someone who could be who you'd like to encounter if you were from a different religion or had no religion at all. So I do think that this idea that the church goes out to meet people, goes out from its comfort zone, goes out from the center, goes out from Rome into the peripheries, was a hallmark of his papacy. And I think that says something about what he thinks the mission of the church is. The church isn't to be self-referential, isn't to be all the time concerned with itself, but is to be concerned with the other. And that's an ecclesiological statement and a statement on what the mission of the church is today.
Megan Williams joining in. Again, your thoughts. I have thoughts on legacy for you, but what your impressions are as you see this procession.
Well, Heather, I'm just looking at the route here. And I mean, obviously there's so much history in Rome, but I saw it came up, it went past Largo Torre Argentino, which is the site where Julius Caesar was murdered. And then it came up past Palazzo Grazioli, which is where Berlusconi had his apartment.
Oh, really?
And where the foreign press office now is. And then it will go past, I think it's just approaching there, Piazza Venezia, which is the famous balcony where Mussolini gave his speech in the March on Rome, the fascist leader Mussolini. And then it will go on, it's not there yet, but towards the Colosseum, which of course everybody knows what the Colosseum is. So
some of the hallmarks of the city.
It's amazing, and of course amazing that the papacy and Christianity has been so much part of that history over the past 2,000 years, and the center of it here.
So we have about 15 minutes, we're being told, before the procession will arrive at Santa Maria Maggiore, where he will be buried. We won't be able to show you that. That's a private, very prayerful ritual. And the cameras will stop again. We'll continue to watch the procession. But let's talk about legacy from a number of different perspectives. And we've been talking about how it's a complex legacy, how it's a complicated legacy, because in many ways he opened discussions, but there wasn't a resolution on many of the issues which he brought forward. Yeah. And maybe there are some, Megan, which you would address. I'm thinking particularly same-sex marriage, women in the Catholic Church. These are areas, I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, there was so much hope. There was the Francis effect when he was named Pope. So much hope for so much change, stymied in some ways. And so for some, it was frustration, it was disappointment, it was heartbreak because it didn't quite get to where some had hoped he would lead the church.
Absolutely. Certainly with women. I mean, I'm not sure how much he was signaling change for women. I mean, he was an older Jesuit man. I mean, he was not a feminist. That much is clear. But he seemed a little bit more open than his predecessors. I think great disappointment amongst feminist Catholics that there was not enough movement on the issue of the ordination of women. He himself was against it, as his predecessors
Although he
were.
did allow unprecedented access for women to important roles within the hierarchy.
He did.
Just not ordination.
So it especially towards the end.
Yes.
He appointed Sister Simona Brambilla as the first female prefect within the Vatican. So that's the highest position, and that's the first time a woman had a high position. He also gave voting rights to women at the synod. Synods are these global gatherings. So So he did make progress in that sense, but in terms of female representation in the leadership, real female representation, there wasn't much shift. I mean, he talked about complementarity, which is church speak for women have certain roles and men have certain roles, and women kind of need to stay within their role. It's a polar view of gender roles.
As you mentioned, Megan, approaching the Colosseum in this funeral procession. I met a group from the Ottawa area, and one of the things one of the pilgrims told me was very hopeful that the successor to Pope Francis will continue to allow greater and greater roles for women. I mentioned same-sex marriage, Father Diaz, allowing blessings but not full marriage, and those in the 2S LGBTQ plus community. 2013 was really a landmark statement. He was asked about gay priests, and he said, if someone is gay and he searches for the Lord and has goodwill, who am I to judge? How significant was that? Who am I to judge?
I think that was significant as a public and first step towards articulating his vision of the church as one of inclusion, not one of judgment, one that welcomes, not one that excludes. And I think it's important both on this issue and the issue of women in the church that Francis spoke about gradualism, that we get to a place because gradually we don't flick a switch. And certainly in a place like the Catholic Church that's slow to move on many things, which is both a blessing and sometimes a hindrance, that things move slowly. But what's important is he opens the door, and he opens the door to have discussions about things. Because his own vision of the church isn't just the Pope and the bishops making decisions on their own. He opens it up to this process of synodality, where people have conversations, sometimes really difficult conversations, and sometimes conversations that seem to go nowhere. But the important thing is that the conversations are had. So I think on this issue, for example, on the inclusion of LGBTQI people into the church, I think it's a very important step. But certainly there's still more to be done, and I think Francis would acknowledge that we take small steps and we move in a direction. But certainly the idea that there could be blessings for same-sex relationships is absolutely unprecedented.
Again, as we look at the funeral procession, a last trip in the Popemobile, past the Colosseum, and approaching Santa Maria Maggiore. We're going to listen to Briar Stewart in just a moment. She's there to greet the Popemobile and to give us the scene of what will be Pope Francis' final resting place. A couple of things just before we do that. I think we'd be remiss if we didn't bring this up. He came to the papacy, he was named Pope really at the height of what was the clerical sexual abuse scandal, Megan. And it was something that there were slips along the way, 2018, in terms of how he dealt with a scandal in Chile, for example. But on that point, it was such a crisis in 2013. He made changes and reforms, made things more transparent and more accountable than they had been.
Yes.
On that issue, though, where is his legacy?
I think it's a mixed legacy, Heather. I think survivor groups are disappointed that it didn't go further. He did bring in more stricter laws, particularly with bishops covering up. He held a global gathering in 2019 of all the bishops around the world to talk about the issue, because in certain parts of the world, obviously sex abuse goes on everywhere, but certain parts of the world, including Italy, haven't really talked about it very much. So, well, in North America, it seems like the church has done not enough, and certainly I think that's a fair criticism.
And certainly I think of our Canadian viewers. This is an issue that has touched so many congregations across the country.
Absolutely. Other parts of the country, other parts of the world, though, it's not even talked about still. And we'll probably see scandals emerge going forward. But I think, even though he brought about the concept of zero tolerance, I think, and he set up a commission at the Vatican with survivors who were part of it, it really didn't go anywhere. And some of those members of those commissions, Mary Collins, I think in particular, who was an Irish survivor, she quit. She said the Vatican was essentially stonewalling any efforts at transparency. So the Pope was somewhat limited in
what he could do. You know, it's interesting and perhaps ironic because Santa Maria Maggiore is where Cardinal Bernard Law is buried, and he was the former representative from the Diocese of Boston, really the face of the scandal to American Catholics, big part of the leaving of the church for the abuse scandal. So he is buried in the church where Pope Francis will have his final resting place. There are 7 popes who have been buried at Santa Maria Maggiore, and as we watch the procession, and certainly those who are here in St. Peter's Square are also watching closely on the big screens, but I want to bring in Briar Stewart because this is getting close to you, Briar, and there must be quite an air of anticipation at the end of this journey.
Yes, there certainly is. I mean, you can tell it's just moments away. Security has really been stepped up. I'm going to just step to the side here and let David, my camera person, just show you a bit of the scene from out front of the church here. You can see that they have, they're prepared essentially to receive the casket. We understand that the Pope Mobile that the casket is traveling in, it was used by Francis during a trip to the Philippines in 2015. Now, inside the church, a small selection of cardinals that Francis had picked out himself are inside preparing to receive the casket. And as I mentioned before, on the steps leading up to one of Rome's 4 major basilicas are a group of people from all walks of life. There are migrants, there are prisoners, there are activists from the transgender community, and there are people who are living in a homeless shelter that Pope Francis helped to begin in 2019. So they're all there waiting for this moment. The helicopters circling in the air. I can see the security officers on the roof. I wish I could show you the crowd that is, in front of me looking at this church. There are thousands of people, Heather. They basically have to keep making more room. And this entire area here is very densely populated. And so what I see, and I wish I could show you it, but there are people from their balconies, people leaning out, people holding their phones or their cameras because they want to take a picture and take a moment to really mark this moment.
Just pausing, Briar, so we can take in the reaction of people along the route, as you say, as they await the Pope's arrival there. And again, for our viewers at home, they will carry the coffin into Santa Maria Maggiore, but at that point, our video feed will be stopped for that private and prayerful moment inside. I'll tell you, Briar, that as we see these images of where you are, where I am in St. Peter's Square, also applause to see this final resting place.
That's right. There are so many people now. There are just thousands of people. And I can tell you, I was here in February when Pope Francis was in the hospital in critical condition. People were gathering back then to pray for his health and his recovery. They have all gathered here now to say goodbye. I do think we are just moments away from his casket pulling up here in front of the church.
I think so, too. The picture that I have now, Briar, is very much the front of the basilica.
And here it is, Heather. Here it is.
Let's await the reaction from people when they see the Pope's funeral procession. I don't know what I was expecting, Father Diaz, but I just think this is just perfect. I think I was expecting more of a motorcade, and it is a white pickup with the coffin. Well, it is a Pope Mobile stylized for this occasion.
I think we had heard it would have been a slower procession, almost going at a walking pace, but I think this more brisk drive would have been something that Francis liked. He would have liked it. He didn't like to prolong liturgies and ceremonies too much. So I think getting him to St. Mary Major in a good timing, but still giving people a chance to line the streets and to cheer him on and to say their farewells and to mourn his loss is really appropriate for Francis. And now I think finally to go into the Basilica on his own with a select few that includes people on the margins, that includes the poor, which were his wishes, that those on the steps shouldn't be the powerful and shouldn't be the mighty and shouldn't be the wealthy or the leaders, but those with whom he came alive when he came in contact.
His favorite people accompany him on his final journey, and they have all met him. So, Briar, and you have met some of these people too. Again, this strikes me as one of the most moving aspects of this, that they are going to be the final ones. Those whom he loved most have a chance to say goodbye last. So can you just describe that scene again for us as everything arrives at your location?
That's right. As I said, some of the people on the steps here are prisoners. You have transgender activists and also people from the homeless shelter. And there's one man that I recognize. I can't forget him, really. We met him the other night at a Vatican Palace, in fact, that just is steps from St. Peter's Square. And the Pope had opened that shelter in 2019. He basically gave permission for it to become a shelter because it had been left vacant at this time. And this man, Giovanni, who's on the steps there holding flowers, along with a few dozen others. He said he became homeless after falling on hard times, suffering depression after his young daughter and wife were tragically killed in a car accident. So that's just, one of the stories of the people on the steps really getting a moment to pay their final respects. But this is a scene that's really, Heather, it's like nothing I've really ever seen before, because you have so many young people from all over the world. I see flags from Guatemala, Brazil, and Argentina, of course, and so many Italians here who came out and wanted to be here to say goodbye. And that's why some people said that they actually chose to be at this location because they wanted to be here as his casket goes into the church. And he will eventually be buried in a tomb, we understand, later this evening, a very simple tomb in keeping with the rest of his plans for this funeral and burial. It will be made of marble that has come from northern Italy, from the land that his grandparents came from, and on top will just be the simple inscription, Franciscus, which of course is Francis, his chosen name in Latin.
We're getting our first look actually inside the Basilica, Briar. Thank you for all of that. This is where the coffin will be borne, again to that final resting place. And he made his wishes very clear in his last will and testament, which we learned of this past week. He said the tomb must be in the earth, simple, without particular decoration. He wanted to be buried, he said in interviews, with dignity, but like any Christian. So, again, as we see the coffin, as it's going to be carried into Santa Maria Maggiore, Megan, Father Diaz, that is just exactly in keeping with the life lived. The simple slab with simply his name in Latin, Franciscus, in the earth, and people will be able to come. He will be surrounded by his people even as of tomorrow. It's going to be available for people to pay pilgrimage, to make a pilgrimage.
That's right, even as early as tomorrow. And I understand he's the first pope who has paid for his own burial. There's a benefactor who was somewhere in the crowds today who paid for it. So it's not the Vatican or the Catholic Church that is paying for his burial. And as you say, Heather, he wants to be. He made it very clear he wanted to be buried in the earth. And I know theologians, church historians have talked about the significance of that it's humility.
You, Father, maybe you can expand upon that.
Well, I wonder if this is also part of his concern for the environment. I think the Laudato Si was one of his most important encyclicals, and it's an important development in Catholic teaching. So to have him buried in the earth makes a lot of sense. There you see the confessors of Santa Maria Maggiore leading the procession in.
And let's listen to that for a moment.
Yes.
credit in me, non moriet in
The coffin of Pope Francis. Members of the papal household carrying it into Santa Maria Maggiore. It's our first look, as we've mentioned, inside that historic basilica, one of 4 in Rome, and this dates back to the 5th century. The actual interment, that is a private and prayerful affair. We won't be allowed to see that live. But the Pope, when he became Pope, as I mentioned, and now we take up this journey, bishop and people, his earthly journey is ending here. And he wanted to be buried, if you should visit Rome in the coming weeks or months or years and want to pay a visit, tribute yourself. The left side of the basilica, very close to the icon you saw, a very special icon of the Virgin Mary, to whom he prayed before and after each apostolic journey, before and after each visit to the hospital for medical attention. In fact, after he was released from Gemelli Hospital on this most recent stay and his final stay in hospital, he stopped at this basilica, too unwell to get out of the vehicle, but again to pray, as he had done countless times over his life and his papacy. And Briar, we're looking inside as the procession makes its way to where he will be buried. Outside, I would imagine, quiet, respectful, prayerful when the coffin arrived?
Yes, it was, but I will tell you, too, there was some applause, and there's a group of young students that started shouting his name, Francesco, and they kept shouting it. And, people have been waiting, really, for hours this morning to try to get this moment. And, I've seen some reports from the officials with this basilica here who've talked about the Pope's decision to be buried here. And they said that he made that decision a couple of years ago. One of the officials from the church had joked with the Pope that, had you considered being buried here because you're here so often? Because this was a favorite place for him to come and to take a moment of quiet prayer. And it was shortly after that conversation that officials said he started making arrangements. And he didn't want his tomb to be in the chapel because he thought that was a place for people.
Again, we've just lost our communication with Briar, but we'll reestablish that. Oh, Briar, you're back. I'm sorry. Go ahead, please. We're looking inside. We can see, again, the floral tributes, the white roses that the 40 people who greeted the Pope's coffin, they are going to be brought in. They are being brought into the sanctuary, carried in by children, this close connection to young people and the future as they leave those white roses there at the altar. Briar, we're able to hear you again, so please continue.
As I was saying, I'm not sure if you heard it, but in terms of the location where his tomb is in the basilica, that's quite significant, I think, because he had said that he didn't want it to be in the chapel itself because that's where people come to celebrate the Eucharist, and he didn't want people wandering around there looking for the Pope's tomb. So he wanted it to be kind of off to the side. It's in a niche, sort of like an alcove, and again, very, very simplistic. Nothing too ornate, really keeping in line with his desire for a simple burial rite. Hello? Oh, I'm sorry. I couldn't hear you. It's obviously very loud here.
Thank you so very much. I am hearing you, and we are looking at the images of Santa Maria Maggiore and the icon to the Virgin Mary. This was the request of Pope Francis to be buried close to where he had prayed so often during his papacy. And that is the final resting place in that simple tomb, and the gravestone marked only with Franciscus, his name in Latin. Joining me here in our location in St. Peter's Square, we'll be back to Briar in just a few minutes, is David Chartrand, who's the president of the Manitoba Métis Federation. Thank you for making your way to my location after yours earlier today.
Well, you know, I actually thank you, Heather, for having me. I was here yesterday, so I was in line for about 3.5 hours.
You were?
I was not going to miss this opportunity. I made my decision a few days before the funeral was to commence, and I said, we owe him, the Reverend Métis people, our connection to the church, we owe Pope Francis.
You owe him.
Yes.
You came out of a debt or an obligation to him.
Well, you know, you think about it. He came to our country, Canada, to apologize. He's the first Pope to ever apologize for what had happened in residential school. And it touched me. Of course, we had an audience with him 3 years ago. I came here and met with him here with I bought 50 people as a delegation. And what was so amazing, Heather, COVID was still, of course, active at the time. And I had a chance, of course, to dialogue in front of everybody. Together we dialogued. But his health was not as good as everybody. He had a hard time walking. And but what it touched me, and it touched everybody that came with me, all the elders, cabinet ministers, is that he shook everyone's hand. Everyone.
Even at a time of COVID.
Yes, and then they were trying to stop him, but no, he wanted to shake everyone's hand. Some of them actually were crying. You could see, they said they see the teardrops falling in his hand because they were so touched by.
So meaningful.
Well, he was a special. Like I kind of started describing him as he was the Pope of Hope. Because, you know, everybody was seeking a way, how do we deal with this reconciliation in Canada, Indigenous people? How do we overcome it? It took decades and decades and decades to destroy many people, and who later had negative effects to their children and another generation. So, and when he came, I think it was the beginning of healing. It was truly the sense of where the candle was lit and everybody took a deep breath of sigh and said, okay, now we can start to heal. And so for him to come, even though not in good health, came all the way there. And I had a chance, of course, to go to Alberta and meet him there. But from my perspective, I seen this man as a man that cared so much for everyone. And I remember his smile. I bought myself government, my treaty with me when I came several years ago. And I was going to get him to bless it. So you wouldn't believe, Heather, what he did. He took a pen, he called for a pen, he signed it. Remember, the Pope and the Vatican is a country of itself.
Yes.
He's like a prime minister, like a president.
Head of state, yes.
And people don't know that. They look at him as a priest and so forth. But, there was panic. You should have seen the cardinals, you should have seen everybody was in panic mode. He signed a document, a legal document we have between Canada and my government. But they took it from us after he signed it. But then he called me. After I signed it, of course, I was like a kid in a candy store holding its history in the making. You got to remember the church played a pivotal role there. Going back, Riel's era, for example. The church actually selected 4 Métis students, and Riel was one of them. And they sent him to Montreal to become a priest. That, of course, did not take place. Riel changed course of history. He took some law. And, of course, history tells the rest of the story. But when you look at what the Catholic Church did, they negotiated Western Canada Confederation through Father Richard, who represented Riel. Riel couldn't go negotiate because there was a bounty on his head, dead or alive, for $5,000. So Father Richard was entrusted to represent the West, to represent us, and negotiate the best deal he can, which he did. And so we owe a great deal of respect to the church for that. But yes, there's still horror stories. There's still those stories that are lingering in many families, and that needs to be dealt with. There's not a question about it. I can't say the church was perfect. But you know what Heather, was important is apology to us. He apologized for the members of the church who did what they did, because it wasn't the Bible. It wasn't the only thing the Pope did was the previous popes protected those that did all these bad things. And so, from my perspective, he said he asked God to forgive him, and he asked us to forgive him and forgive the church. So, I'll never forget that request and that promise. And we maintain that throughout. We had that strong belief in this Pope of Hope.
Pope of Hope. I like that so much. The people's Pope, the papacy of the peripheries because he would go to the outsides, to people on the margins. We'll add that, the Pope of Hope. But there's so many things that you have raised, again, as we talk about. I remember speaking to you from here back in March of 2022 because as we remember, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and the call to action number 58 which was to elicit a papal apology for the Church's role, for the Roman Catholic Church's role in the spiritual, cultural, emotional, physical, and sexual abuse of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis children in Catholic-run residential schools. That was the specific wording of that call to action at the time. So you came here to get that apology from him, or to begin the process. And the first time he just talked about the deplorable conduct.
Yes.
But when he did come to Canada later in that year, in 2022, in July, the wording, "I'm deeply sorry. I humbly beg forgiveness for the evil committed by so many Christians against the Indigenous peoples." When you heard that, what was your reaction?
Touched my heart. Touched my heart. That, because all of us, we've seen Pope after Pope after Pope, and I've met other popes prior, and for me it was finally the Church was coming to do the right thing, and every other pope previous probably was again by the advisors themselves saying, don't do it because you're going to open a legal quagmire for us. We're going to be in a different position as a Catholic religion. And so they were themselves not conscious enough or brave enough to do it, or legally they felt it was potentially too damaging financially. Whatever I can never tell what the other popes, why they didn't want to apologize. But when he came forward to apologize, and I did come here, you're absolutely right, and to ask him to come to our soils. I said, you definitely could have apologized, which he does.
It's so important to have it from our land.
And in our land, because he could have done it right from here. And it would have been worldwide apology, but it's not the same. But again, I think a lot of our people understood he wasn't in the best health, and he still came. And that I think is that alone, I think, is something that should be remembered as how bold he was, how really sincere and strong he was. Like, you're absolutely right. In the peripheral around, he helped the people that couldn't speak for themselves. Women were, again, shunned. My mom was a strong Catholic, and she is now passed on for at least 14 years. And I used to ask my mom this question. When I was going through, nuns were teaching me in school at the time. They used to whip me right here, because you're soft here. They had this long red cord. There was a metal bar inside of it. So every time I spoke Soto, which was my first language, my mom only spoke Soto. She never went to school in her life, so she did not speak English. So I spoke Soto in the class, and they'd punish me. So they'd whip me right here, and he'd burn like it was unbelievable whipping. And so, and then what they would do, if you continue to say 3 times, still speaking Soto by accident, they put a circle on a chalkboard. And I had to go on my tiptoes and put my nose in that tiptoe, and then my legs would tire down, and then they'd whip you in the back of your legs and put your nose back in that circle. So it was just, they were trying to break us. Right. But one thing, they never broke me. I still speak Soto today, and I'm prouder than I ever have, but I'm still connected to the Catholic Church.
And that's amazing, because for some, obviously, that's never a relationship that can be repaired. And so there were many people who thought that apology was a wonderful starting point, but not enough. It was a beginning, a step on the journey toward reconciliation. With this Pope's passing, where are we now, and what is your hope for that path continuing?
Well, that's why I kind of refer to him the Pope of Hope, because everybody needs hope. Everybody needs to have an aspiration of something. How do you deal with your situation? Like, you got to believe in something. And so for us, the way I would look at it is that the beginning of the change that's going to take place now is that this transition, he changed the Vatican. People need to understand this. He changed the entire focus and direction of where the Vatican was and where it has to go now. How can a new Pope come back and
reverse things?
You can't reverse it. The trajectory that he's now imposed into this Vatican, and he appointed nearly 87 of those cardinals. So he chose obvious selective ways of people that probably like the Pope of the Philippines. There's a good chance this man is going to do it. And if you listen to this guy, the Pope of the Philippines and Pope Francis, there's a strong connection, the way they think, the way they talk. So, but I think from my perspective, the Vatican is now in a new direction. I'm very pleased to see it as a Christian Catholic myself. I think it's long overdue. I think too long, because in our culture, it confused us, because in our culture, we're a maternal nation. We were raised by our Indian mothers, and our nation was formed in the late 1700s. So we're a maternal nation. He was raised by his grandma. So that's maybe some kind of why he had such a passion towards
a connection.
Connection. Yeah, so I think when he's allowed and started saying you can't judge women, you can't judge gay and lesbian, LGBTQ plus 2.
Who am I to judge?
Who am I to judge? You know, like, that is so powerful. Like, that's why I said the trajectory that he's now imposed into the Vatican, the legacy he's left behind, there is no going back. And I look forward, and I can't wait to see a real change, because I think the church, and I was just telling Archbishop back before I came, he's retired now, Archbishop Gagnon. If we look at our churches today, they're empty. Why? And they used to be so full. They need to believe. They need hope. They need to come back.
If you were looking at those who were gathered, many young people, because there was such a connection with Pope Francis. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I really appreciate the time with you here, the hours that you spent wanting to pay respects, the conversations that I've had with you from this square in years past. I have one this morning, and today I really appreciate as well.
And you see what I'm wearing here?
Yes.
Here's my mom.
Your mother.
There's my mom.
Well,
And
she would be pleased to have you carry
she is
with
watching me. Trust me, I am prouder than I could ever be as a leader that I brought my mom with me, and because she drove in us what the church tries to impose, or not impose, try to educate people about love, caring, and I think that's where the church lost its pathway. And I think this trajectory that he's leaving the legacy, I think they have no choice but to head that way now.
Well, the embodiment of love and caring for so many was Pope Francis.
Yes.
So you've certainly encapsulated that for us. David, thank you so
very
much.
much,
I really appreciate it.
I really appreciate having you in the show.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much. And I want to just, as we continue to look live, these are our pictures such a bright sunshine on this beautiful day, this beautiful spring day in Rome, just to make sure we're looking at the same thing. St. Peter's Square, where you see the crowd is very much dissipating in a most orderly fashion, quietly. They gathered here as of 4 o'clock this morning local time to make sure they were here in the center of St. Peter's Square for the funeral for Pope Francis. And now they are returning, whether their pilgrimage or their trip or just to contemplate quietly what they've seen. And from St. Peter's, the focus has moved very much to Santa Maria Maggiore, which is where Pope Francis will be buried and where my colleague Briar Stewart is stationed today. And Briar, to you again, what's the scene now?
Well, Heather, the Pope Mobile actually just pulled away, and the crowd is starting to dissipate, but I would say the cardinals in there, and this is a church, the Basilica, that is normally open to the public, and certainly yesterday thousands were queuing up to go inside. They had the area where the Pope's tomb is boarded up with plywood so people could stare and take photos of it. The church obviously is closed right now, and we understand that there will be the burial this evening. Then it's expected to reopen to the public, and we have to remember that there's so many people in Rome right now. Rome is obviously a very busy city for tourists and pilgrims at any time, but this is a Jubilee year. It happens every 25 years, and so you had a high number of Catholic pilgrims come. And in fact, some of them came this weekend particularly. They had trips planned because they wanted to see a young man receive sainthood from the Pope. He was going to be the first millennial to be named a saint, and of course that was put on hold because of the Pope's death and his funeral. And I heard the talk about change and how it's unknown who will be the next Pope, and there is some discussion about what that means and what direction the church will head in. this week, as we've been in Rome, we've been talking to people from the LGBTQ community, and in particular, a journalist who is gay and covers the Vatican. And he talked about how when Pope Francis was elected in 2013, and certainly when he made that statement, "Who am I to judge?" In response to that question from a reporter on the plane, there was a lot of optimism, a lot of hope that he was really going to swing the door wide open and have a much softer touch, when it came to the LGBTQ community. What he said was that Pope Francis opened the door a little bit, but it's not open all that wide. And that's what they hope, is that one day that same-sex unions could be considered the same as marriage. But that's something that the Pope had always adamantly said could not be compared. That while he said Catholic priests could bless same-sex unions, he said it could not be made the same as marriage. And so I think there is a lot of discussion about the Catholic Church doctrine, the teachings, how and what can change and where there's potentially room for change. But certainly, I can tell you by looking at the crowd here, there's a lot of young people. There's a lot of scout troops who are here, school trips. A lot of diversity, people from all over the world, members of the public, tourists, but also members of the clergy. A lot of women who are nuns who are here, who felt particularly close to the Pope, and they wanted to come out here to pay their respects. And here the crowd started gathering a little bit later this morning. I know in St. Peter's Square, when I was down there yesterday, we saw a lot of people carrying backpacks and sleeping mats. They were prepared to spend the whole night so they could be, at the top of the line when they finally opened the gates this morning to let people in to St. Peter's Square. Now, as I mentioned, this church that the Pope is going to be buried in, it's one of Rome's 4 major basilicas, and the Pope will be the first Pope in more than a century to be buried outside the ancient Vatican walls. And the last Pope who was buried outside of the Vatican was in 1905, so it's quite significant that the Pope chose this place, and he chose it because he felt particularly connected to the Virgin Mary. There's a renowned icon of the Virgin Mary in that church, and there was a lot of discussion about how we came to choose to be buried here. One of the officials from the church had said that a couple of years ago the Pope was in and the official had suggested to him somewhat jokingly, well, why don't you consider being buried here since you always come here? And at the time he said, no, popes are supposed to be buried in St. Peter's Basilica. But it was about a week later that he called that official and said, actually, I would like to be buried at the church. Virgin Mary has come to me and I need to start making my preparations. And obviously the Pope was 88 years old and he'd been in frail health for the last couple of years. I mean, that was quite evident from anybody who saw his public appearances. He was in a wheelchair quite frequently. His voice was raspy, and while people were praying so much for him to recover, I think the fact that he was able to come out onto the balcony on Easter and make that Easter blessing through the help of an aide was really, really significant for the Catholic community.
Thank you so much, Briar. I appreciate it. Briar Stewart outside Santa Maria Maggiore, where Pope Francis is being buried, and that's a private and prayerful moment, which we're not privy to in terms of live pictures. So our focus returns here to St. Peter's Square. Briar mentioning so many of the aspects, the issues before the Pope, whether same-sex marriage or the role of women in the church. The view from so many is that Pope Francis put those issues on the table, that he began the dialogue, the listening process, the openness to walking together, with the view perhaps, with the hope perhaps, that his successor will take them up and continue in that direction. Lasting change, particularly in an institution as old as the Catholic Church, that's something that takes longer than the lifetime of one pope, and that's certainly been the thinking of many as they reflect on the legacy that is Pope Francis's. I want to bring in another guest. So many people from Canada here, and I'm just delighted to welcome them to our location. Archbishop Donald Boland, who has been the Archbishop of Regina since 2016. Welcome to our location. Thank you for giving us some time today.
Thank you very much.
What are your thoughts on the service that we just all shared together?
I thought it was a beautiful service. Beautiful to see people streaming from all over the world. Beautiful to see all the ecumenical delegations, people I've had the chance to work with over the years. Just the huge crowds, the mix of languages and cultures.
And ages.
And ages.
So many young people. That must have been, some of my guests earlier were saying that would have been touching to the Pope because he had such a close relationship and hope for the youth. For you as you saw that, was that
indeed
stand out to you?
Yeah. And one of the things that stood out was all of the political leaders that come to Pope Francis's funeral. I kind of think about the irony of that in some sense, that Pope Francis has been preaching a strong word of justice and peace, a word about war. It came out so strongly in the homily, a word about refugees, reaching out to the peripheries, and I'm hoping some of those political leaders go home having taken
had a
to heart
thought.
something. Yeah.
Well, there was a moment where we saw at least Donald Trump shaking hands with Emmanuel Macron during the exchange of peace, and some other world leaders as well. Their relations have been tense of late, but maybe a moment of rapprochement, we'll see, in all of that. The homily, we were struck by how personal it was.
Oh, it was a beautiful homily. Starting out with just the recognition of why Francis chose the name Francis, and that there was almost a program built into that, following the steps of St. Francis, being a person of peace, being a person of dialogue.
Turning away from wealth and privilege
Yes.
to a life of simplicity. He was the first to take up the name Francis as his papal name, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And then all the way through to areas that must have touched you. You, before, in other capacities, you worked here at the Vatican in the early phases of his papacy. So you would have interacted him when he was, I don't know, perhaps getting used to the role. Can you take us back to that period of time?
Thank you. Well, I worked here between 2001 2008, so I wasn't working here while he was here, but I continue on serving on international dialogues and as a member of the Dicastery for Christian Unity. So he's appointed me to some things, including to be the Archbishop of Regina. I was serving in Saskatoon, and he's been very, very receptive to ecumenical dialogue. Of course, he really sees dialogue on all fronts as critical to the way of being church. Early on in his pontificate, he was asked, I think he was in Brazil, and he said, what do we leaders need to do? And he said, dialogue, dialogue, dialogue. That building of a culture of encounter certainly shaped his approach to ecumenical relations. So when working with other Christian churches with whom we've been in dialogue for decades, his focus was very pastoral and very practical. It's beautiful that we work on theological statements, but what can we do together? Can we pray together? Can we walk together? Can we act together?
It's interesting you say dialogue, 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 because he's also famous for saying the church is for everyone, everyone, everyone.
Yes,
That's kind of the same kind of a message. I'm sorry, I don't know the actual protocol of how it would take place, but when he named you Archbishop, would you have had some private time together to discuss that at all? No.
Yeah, no.
It doesn't happen. He didn't have a private message in terms of what he was commissioning you in that role, but you would have had an understanding for how he would have want you to carry that out.
Yes. I mean, I've just had enormous appreciation for his leadership through the 12 years. From the moment, he spoke from the balcony with this casual buonasera, and his meeting with the journalists on the third day, I think, where he shared the story that when he was named, when they elected him, his friend Cardinal Hummus was sitting next to him and said, "Don't forget the poor." And on that third day with the journalists, he said, "How I wish the church was poor and for the poor." So you see that inspirational mandate coming out right from the beginning.
Central to his papacy throughout.
And his commitment to dialogue, his focus on God's mercy, his...
Mercy. Let's talk about that a little bit. That's something that you share. That was really, many have told me, if I was to land on one word for Pope Francis, it should be mercy. Describe that for me and that connection to you.
Well, he's a pastor, and of course, as Pope, he's speaking fundamentally about who God is, who he understands God to be, who God is for us. And that is his key word. He put out a book called The Name of God is Mercy. He says God never tires of forgiving us. God is always wanting to reach out to human beings. And it's not just forgiveness, it's God's whole posture towards humanity is a profound mercy. And that shaped every pastoral decision he made. That shaped his outreach to the peripheries. It shaped his commitment to justice. It shaped dialogue with groups that were outside the church. He always wanted to communicate God's mercy, and he wanted priests and religious and bishops to communicate
Which
mercy.
you have. That's your central motto, is it not?
Well, it is. I mean,
mercy within mercy within mercy?
That's right. It's easier to say than to do, though.
That is true.
Right.
That is true, but we've a reminder of the examples here. You had another point of connection because you were very active with the bishops in both coming here to seek the apology on the residential school issue and the church's role in that, repairing the harms. Coming here to secure an apology and then bringing him back to Canada where he did deliver that apology. I was just talking to David Chartrand about how meaningful that was to him.
Right.
But what are your remembrances of that period and how he approached that?
It was a powerful. It was probably the most powerful experience of my life, that whole process. But in the lead up to the delegations coming to Rome, and they had to be delayed because of COVID, and we didn't really know. The bishops didn't know whether he was going to apologize here. And I remember the moment when he expressed his apology and how moving it was, how Chief Willie Littlechild, it was his 80th birthday, and he came out just filled with joy, you know.
There was this sense of anticipation.
Yeah.
Will he say it?
Yeah.
How far will he go?
Right.
It wasn't far enough still for some.
Sure.
But it was a profound moment nonetheless.
Well, and the visit to Canada, you know, a couple of the previous visits that had been scheduled for him, he had to cancel out because his health was not up to it. So we were living with that vulnerability, preparing, but not knowing whether he would be able to come. He just poured himself out during the course of that visit, and his addresses were profound. His apology was sincere. I mean, I think Indigenous people will tell you that every one of them has to make up their own decision how they want to respond to that apology, but his commitment was very much on display. His desire to reach out to the peripheries was one of the reasons he came.
And then even going farther on the way home, using the word genocide, eventually in 2023, the church rejecting the doctrine of discovery, which was so contentious, the colonial underpinning for all of that. So there were strides that came thereafter. After that moment together, how would you describe now the relationship in Canada between the church and Indigenous communities?
Well, there were deep wounds. The church participation in the assimilation, the cultural destruction that took place in so many ways, including the residential schools. You know, you don't heal wounds and restore relations really quick, but that work is underway. It was underway beforehand.
And you feel relations are better since the Pope's visit?
Certainly in the Archdiocese of Regina.
Your perspective.
Yeah, I have a wonderful group of Indigenous and non-Indigenous people who are working on truth and reconciliation, working on specific initiatives with each First Nation community. We're trying to build on this theme of walking together, of celebrating Indigenous language, culture, seeing the wisdom of their spiritual ways and traditions, and acknowledging the pain and brokenness of the past. And
so for the future then, of course, so much of that legacy is going to be determined by whoever is chosen by the conclave. For reconciliation, what is your hope for the next Pope?
Right. Just to step back one step, because I think Pope Francis would tell us that in the work of reconciliation between the Church and Indigenous people in Canada, it's not so much the job of the Pope as of the Church in Canada. So he really told us, this is your work, this is your task,
Take this
is your responsibility. Yes. I look to it was really living these days as a time to grieve Francis's death and to rejoice in all the gifts that we received in the Church and in the world through his ministry. And now our attention's going to be turning.
Yes.
So I trust that the same Holy Spirit that was at work in the election of Francis will be at work in this conclave. And
he was an unexpected choice in 2013. Maybe there will be a similar surprise. You thought he might.
Well, he was.
That's
he was
interesting.
the
reaction.
runner-up in the previous.
He was. That's right. To
and
Pope Benedict in 2013 at the time in 2005. Yes.
But yeah, he wasn't. It was a bit of a surprise. I jumped out of my chair with joy because I had met him beforehand, and so anyway. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, the church is full of voices of diverse perspectives, and as there's a deep polarization in society, there are tensions within the church and different perspectives, different ecclesiological church perspectives, different perspectives on how we engage with the world. So I really believe that Francis's commitment to dialogue, to encounter as a basic stance, his message about God's mercy as the fundamental gospel message, his call to peace and to justice, to reach out to the margins, his commitment to synodality, that we need as church to make decisions by a deep discernment, by listening to everybody, to engaging a wide range of voices, and then to engage in that discernment. I mean, I don't think you can go back from those, and they were there before him. He didn't invent any of those things.
He developed them further.
They were his deep emphasis. Yes.
So in your own life and ministry, and perhaps your last comments have already answered this, but in what ways, what will you take from Pope Francis and his papacy that will continue to guide you?
Right. Well, he changed my life. I mean, by the way that he exercised his papacy, the biggest thing was the depth of his humanity. He just was who he was, and he didn't try to conceal that. He spoke very early on, did an interview about really his struggles in Argentina as a leader there, his failings. He presented himself as a sinner who was loved by God. He didn't, he didn't feel the need to do things the way they were always done. Of course, he didn't change church doctrine, but he did change the way that, even in Buenos Aires, the way an archbishop lives, the simplicity, the taking the bus. He changed things here by choosing to live in an apartment and not in the papal palace.
Apostolic palace,
yep.
Yes.
So that created a real freedom for me, which, be faithful to the gospel. Listen deeply to others. Discern, be a person of encounter and dialogue, show mercy. Those are things that I appreciate so much about him and certainly take to heart and try to live out of those things.
Archbishop Boland, what a pleasure to have you with us this morning. Thank you so much for your time and safe travels home.
Thank you.
I do very much appreciate it. As we take another look live at the scene this morning, and if you've been joining us on the air with you as of 3 o'clock Eastern for the funeral of Pope Francis, who passed away on Monday at the age of 88, and St. Peter's Square emptying, but many faithful, many visitors here lingering to take in this scene. The estimate from Vatican officials, about 250,000 people here to pay respects to the people's Pope. And similar numbers, if not more, along the funeral procession route as he traveled in that Pope-mobile along the route to Santa Maria Maggiore for his final resting place. Let's pause for this look back. some of the moments of the service, the funeral for Pope Francis here in St. Peter's Square. And as we look back and reflect on the service today, we're so delighted to welcome a number of guests and special dignitaries to our broadcast location. John Studzinski is with me now, a longtime friend of Pope Francis, and I'm just so delighted to have time with you to explore that aspect. Welcome, number one.
No, thank you.
So pleased to meet you.
Thank you.
Your thoughts on the service today for someone you knew so well?
Well, we started almost every conversation with the Holy Father with a joke, and if I was talking
with a joke,
if I was talking to him right now, I'd say, Holy Father, Cardinal Re did not stick to your rule about 7-minute sermons. The sermon was perfect in terms of his legacy, but it was not 7 minutes.
It was longer, but there's a lot of legacy to cover, the breadth of that.
It was rich, deep, accurate, and appropriate. And I found the most powerful aspect of it. And again, the sermon referenced it, and I was blessed to be seated with all his close friends. So when the coffin came out, that was actually our moment of emotion where we all started getting very tearful.
Yes.
But it was only in the sermon, because every conversation we had with Pope Francis, he would say, Giovanni or Juan, pray for me. Mm-hmm. At the beginning of the conversation, at the end of the conversation. So today, to end the sermon by reminding everyone that he asked everyone, whether it was a world leader or whether it was someone in the prison that he would have met the Thursday before he passed away, or one of his close friends. Now, I'm thinking we can pray for him because he's there praying for us.
When I say a close friend, let's help people understand this. You've known him since the early 2000s. How did you meet, and how did you develop this friendship?
We met because you heard today in the sermon that Pope Francis is spontaneous, and on several consistories, and a consistory is where the Vatican celebrates the election of cardinals to the College of Cardinals, mm-hmm. but on several consistories I insisted, as I do a lot of work with sacred music, I wrote to Pope Francis, and he saw me and he said, so you're interested in sacred music? And I said, yes, well, I commission sacred music. And I said, I want to bring the choir of Westminster Cathedral and Westminster Abbey to Rome. And after the consistory, he was so impressed with the music. He said to me, it's really impressive. And I said, well, these choir boys are very young. I would like you to meet them. And he said, okay, show up outside Santa Marta at 3 o'clock and I'll meet them. And his assistant said, he's crazy, he's too busy, he won't do it. And he showed up and he talked to every one of these choir boys. And he blessed them, then he asked them to sing for him. And he asked them to sing Tue Petrus, you are Peter, and upon this rock I will build my church. And from that moment, we developed a very good rapport, to the point where we talked almost weekly about.
And you stayed with him in Casa Santa Marta.
I used to stay with him all the time in Casa Santa Marta. As a matter of fact, I was chucked out this week because it was occupied by all the cardinals.
That's where they'll be staying.
No, but I've stayed there many times, and the most moving thing with staying there is, of course, he didn't want to live in the Apostolic Palace, as you know.
Yes.
That's a 12-room apartment. That is probably more like with lots of marble and like living in a tomb.
Yes.
Rather cold and impersonal. But he lived in Santa Marta, and he liked the dining room where he could either choose to eat alone or choose to sit with friends.
Yeah. John, I have to pause our conversation because you are obligated for another interview. But maybe when you're finished, you could come back and we could continue on this conversation because I'm enjoying it so tremendously.
Well, you're very
and I
kind.
know there's much more to probe with you.
Well, you're very
your
kind.
thoughts and what an impact he's had on you. But I'm going to pause this for now because I don't want to land you in trouble. But thank you so much for the time this time, and I hope we can find some more time.
No,
all right.
Thank you.
Thank you. John Straczynski, philanthropist, and as I said, longtime friend of Pope Francis. Hopefully we'll be able to have more of a conversation with him as he finishes that additional interview.
Soon, 252 cardinals from around the world will be locked inside the Sistine Chapel under Michelangelo's depiction of the hand of God giving life to Adam. Those under the age of 80, 135 of them, will choose a man from amongst themselves to elevate to the Church's highest office. Votes are collected in these urns, counted, then burned in a stove to preserve secrecy, sending a signal to the world through a tiny chimney. Black smoke, no pope. And so the world watches as the cardinals count. 2/3 are needed to elect the next pope. The conversations inside, we understand, are a delicate dance between debate and campaign, though it's said that he who enters conclave a pope leaves a cardinal. Eventually, whether it takes hours, days, or weeks, the chimney reveals a choice. White smoke, a new pope. The man elected must speak his acceptance aloud and is taken to an antechamber known as the Room of Tears, where he's dressed according to his new role, and there the weight of the moment is said to settle on the man who may never return home again. He's presented to the world and its 1.4 billion Catholics, a symbol of his church and religion, and with remarkable power to shape the next generation of Catholicism.
Live pictures of St. Peter's Square on this glorious April day. And as the crowd disperses, you've been joining us for the funeral of Pope Francis, now being interred in a neighboring basilica, one of 4 in Rome. He chose to be close to the Virgin Mary, to whom he so often prayed, in Santa Maria Maggiore, in a simple tomb close to an icon of Mary, as he wished, just Franciscus on his gravestone. And that will be open to those who want to pay respects as of tomorrow. In fact, and the cardinals will also be at Santa Maria Maggiore tomorrow, all of them, for Vespers and to pray for the late Holy Father. But when we speak of the cardinals, let's bring back Father Diaz and Megan Williams. Let's turn to the matter of the conclave. Because with my guests, people who've been joining us here, so much of the question remains, where does the church go next? So we were just listening to a report there in terms of how the conclave works. And Megan, just in terms of reporting, they have been meeting every morning for several hours as more and more of the cardinals have arrived from around the world, but they haven't really turned their attention to matters of the conclave. They will now with the funeral ahead of them. What do you think is going to be interesting about this particular gathering of cardinals?
Well, I think the most important thing that they'll be focusing on is getting to know each other, because as we know, Pope Francis made a lot of cardinals, created a lot from different parts of the world who have, many of whom have no connection to Rome, to the Curia, to the Vatican, who haven't even been here. So it will be a time where they're sussing each other out, getting to know each other. As you say, they're meeting. Really just a time of getting a sense of maybe who might emerge as a leader. There are certain people who are well known because they have prominent positions at the Vatican, including Pietro Parolin, who's the Secretary of State. But we don't know yet if there will be some other underdogs who might come out in the next days.
You know, it was interesting. Archbishop Boland was surprised when I said that Pope Francis was unexpected. I think many people think he was a surprise, but perhaps not to Archbishop Boland, who already knew of him. But I wasn't going to say this saying, but here I am going to with it. You go into a conclave as a pope and you come out as a cardinal, because the favorites, or the papabile, generally speaking, are not those who emerge as having been the choice of the cardinals who will elect. The size of the of the conclave. We know there are about 135. In terms of how many there actually will be, we don't know. Anyone over the age of 80 not able to be there, but could potentially be chosen as Pope, and may very well be someone who could give a talk, give an argument for the direction the church should head.
Well, I think part of they'll now start having congregations, the cardinals, to plan the conclave. One thing they'll also have to decide on is who will preach the retreat before the actual conclave begins. And I think that person will give sort of a spiritual tone to the conclave. And
as to what direction the church should move?
I don't think it would be so directive in terms of this is the direction. That's what some of those meetings will be about. What type of person, what are the challenges we need, or the challenges we face, and what's needed to address them. Around the time of Francis's election, I think it was reported that there was a financial crisis, there was a sexual abuse crisis, and there was the need to reform the Roman Curia, the bureaucracy. And so looking at those challenges, they said, well, who's somebody who could do this? And they selected Francis. So similarly, they'll say, what are the challenges of the church? But the church, as Megan said, globally,
yes,
will now have challenges that aren't just around Europe and North America, which has traditionally been the concern of the church and the cardinal electors, but across the globe. The retreat itself will give a spiritual sense of what's going on, to remind cardinals that what they're doing now is a performed action of the Holy Spirit in selecting the next pope.
And Megan, you were reminding me earlier that prior to 2013, when Pope Francis was chosen, he gave one of those speeches, one of those sermons, and it was seen as being something that was absolutely critical to his ultimate election. He really moved the cardinals in a certain direction with what he said in one of those earlier sermons.
That's right, and it was something that was sort of picked up in the movie Conclave, where there was sort of a scene that many people thought was a page taken from the real conclave in 2013. Yes, Pope Francis gave a speech talking about the need for the church to go to the peripheries, and he spoke about the reference to Jesus knocking at the door, and he said the problem with today's church is that Jesus is sometimes knocking from the inside. In other words, the Catholic Church is too insular, that it needs to open the door and it needs to go out into the world. And that really obviously set the tone for his papacy, but it clearly put him on the map in terms of becoming Pope.
It's remarkable. We've gone hours together and haven't once mentioned the movie Conclave to this point, but Father Diaz and I were both saying that on the flights over here, people all around us, including a cardinal beside whom you were sitting, watching the Conclave movie, which has been streamed so many times, real life mirroring or vice versa Hollywood events. Yeah. It's given, even if it's not completely factual, it's certainly given, I think, an appreciation of the process it's going to unfold. Yeah. Catholics around the world, and you can certainly speak to this better than I, but I'm sure there's a level of tension as to who is going to be chosen and stress. Which direction will the church move? Everyone to whom I've spoken, my guests have said, there's no going backward now from many of the ways that Pope Francis set. But what is your sense of the degree of schism, of difference of opinion between the two elements, more conservative, more progressive, that will have to be confronted in that conclave to come?
I think that I don't think there's any risk of schism. I think, in fact, what Pope Francis has shown is that the church, we can be church without all sharing the same opinions. That we can have some really different opinions, and we can have some tense relationships and difficult conversations, but that the Bishop of Rome and his ministry, the Pope, can hold things together. I think one thing that the cardinals will be thinking about also, though, is that the church itself is fragile. It's vulnerable. Some people think about it as, impenetrable, or it's been around for so long. We see, disaffiliation in great numbers in the Western churches in Europe and North America. We see great poverty in Latin America, for example. Like, the church faces some challenges that make it quite vulnerable. And I think that's something we can appreciate from Pope Francis' papacy, is to understand the church not as something triumphant, not as something that has all the answers and everything's worked out, but actually as something that a group of people that are journeying together, that itself is vulnerable and fragile.
And Megan, some closing thoughts for you after what we've experienced today and through this week?
Well, I think what Father Diaz said is absolutely true. I mean, we do think of the long history of the Catholic Church, but we also know in the Western world that most churches are empty. And that points to the fact that the growth in the church is really elsewhere now. It's not in Europe, it's not in North America, it's in the south of the world, it's in Africa and Asia. I don't think we will have an African pope this time around, possibly an Asian one with the Philippine Cardinal Tagle.
Yes.
But I think the church is going that direction, and I think it will. If it's not this conclave, I think the time will come where the center will really shift away from Rome and away from Europe towards Africa and Asia and the south of the world, where the Catholic Church, for many, has much more resonance than it has today in the West.
Megan, thank you for everything this week.
Heather.
For today, Father Diaz, I thank you. It's been a pleasure to share this journey with you as well, leading to today, and I appreciate all of your commentary and your insight. And of course, we appreciate your joining us as well today, as we have over the past hour, reflected upon Pope Francis, this Pope of humility and humanity, of mercy and the marginalized, of peace and of piety, connection and contradiction. And so a pope for our time is how you might describe him, but will he be a pope for all time? These are questions that will be answered in terms, in many ways, by the conclave to come and his successor, and how much change making from the direction that the Pope took us. But certainly a moral voice for the voiceless and a powerful force for the powerless. So as we leave you this morning, just to remind you from St. Peter's Square, we will be returning CBC News for the moment when we look at St. Peter's Basilica behind. We watch for the white smoke. We watch again for the doors of the balcony, the loggia, to open, and the world next hears, Habemus Papam, we have a Pope. We hope you'll join us then. We thank you for joining us today.